Hello everyone, I hope you're all doing great today and enjoyed these stories. I'd like to share this quickly before I start. It's something I've said before, but I think it can be really important in helping stay on top of your mental health. I think if you're able to commit to some kind of regular exercise, it doesn't really matter what form it is, but I think just committing to any, just doing that consistency can make a really big difference to how you can feel. It also does your body a lot of good too in stress reduction. So I think that's really important because I know if you're battling with yourself, that will be a big stressful factor of your days. So if there's something that can make a difference, and I think it's really worth it. Not every day you're going to feel like going, and not every day you're going to feel like you've got much out of it, but I think overall it will make a big difference. So it's definitely something worth trying. So I hope that can help somebody. I love you all, and I'll speak to you all soon. Take care and enjoy these stories. Happening. I wanted to work as some kind of fire ranger for a while, but unfortunately, all of those jobs were taken. I mean, to be completely honest, I'm not too surprised. It was such a great job. You got a lot of time to yourself just to relax, and it wasn't too strenuous. Being out there in the nature also made a huge difference to everything. People who I knew that did that were always incredibly nice too. I wanted to do the same, but unfortunately it just wasn't in the cards for me at that time, and that's completely fine. So, instead I did a different job. Not really too interesting, but we basically used to have to build cabins. I ended up working in the building industry for most of my life. One of my good friends was a ranger and he said, there's weird things that happens in these cabins. I said to him, what are you talking about? And he said, well, I don't know. We just get reports of sightings in these things, but I never really believed him. Everybody spoke about ghosts and stuff, and I didn't really take much notice. To be honest, even when Halloween rolled round again, I didn't really find it too interesting. I just knew that I was out here to do my job, and I was quite good at it. I'm not going to say I was the best in the world at this work, but it was definitely something that I enjoyed and that I could see myself doing on quite a consistent basis. I'd worked with my dad for a while too, so building wasn't new to me. In fact, my dad was a builder, and his dad wasn't a builder, but his father was, which is my grandfather. So I always had it instilled in me to do something like this. To be honest, it's a decision that I come to regret later in life because I actually had quite a lot of different opportunities really to do better things, but for some reason I always turned it down. To be honest, when I was a bit younger, I actually had the opportunity to do quite a good apprenticeship for quite a big company, and I did it for a little while, but guess what happened? I didn't like the school uniform that it felt like they were making us wear, so I stopped doing it. Not such a good idea. I also had some other opportunities to do teaching and whatnot. Again, stability, good money, but I turned it down. I don't know why. I also knew that I wasn't a person who could just work in some kind of place where you don't move around a lot. Maybe like the office jobs, they just don't suit me for some reason. I prefer doing things the right way too, and I knew I was good at it. The big issue I found though, especially later in life from doing the construction and building stuff, is that well, you might have some good spells and you might really enjoy it sometimes, but it was lonely some days. You didn't often have someone there helping you, so it wasn't very good. That was the main issue with it, and also it depended on the economy. If ever there were recessions and we felt at the worst, and they could be really tough times, it felt like you were just constantly cracking away, but again, it didn't really feel like you were getting anywhere. That again was an issue. But hey, it's just something that I had to overcome and get on with. I was always somewhat jealous of my other friends who had the jobs that seemed so much easier. Even the rangers seemed to have a really good time, but I guess it wasn't for me, like I said. A lot of what I learned in life is just to accept things as they are, and just to try and enjoy your time, and your time will come. It just might take a little bit longer, but that was completely fine for it to be the case. So yeah, we're going along like normal, just going up to these cabins and often tearing them down to build up new ones. We weren't necessarily on protected land a lot of the time that we did this, but the land was beautiful indeed. Oftentimes it was somebody wanting to tear one down, or just to renovate and to rent it out. I never understood why though, it seemed like the cost wasn't that much. But we'd spend a lot of time out here in the woods like this. The main issue we had was getting the supplies there really. There was obviously only so much that you could carry and only so far you could go. What we had to do a lot of the time is on the trails and stuff just stack up some materials, so that way we could just kind of feed it along every so often. I'm not gonna lie, the work was well and truly backbreaking and it took a lot out of me to do things like that. I struggled in the sun, but luckily at the time of most of the work, the trees were giving us good coverage from it. I remember once, we went to check on some of the supplies and something really heavy had gone missing. It was weird because it was close to the path, but we had some pretty heavy machinery there to help us cut up woods and things, but it was just gone. It was like somebody just picked it up and stolen it, but it seemed to have vanished within the space of about 5 or so minutes when we went back for something. Couldn't figure out what it was. We actually weren't too annoyed about it though, because luckily it was insured and it was due for an upgrade, but I thought that was really weird. Who would have took our machinery out here? I remember something strange though after this happened. When I was walking back, every so often my eyes would go out of focus and refocus again. Actually, I can probably say more accurately, it was almost like my vision FPS slowed down a lot. You know, like if the quality drops and it's kind of more like a flipbook for a few seconds, then it would go back. I just started drinking some more water. I noticed a few of the other guys were doing the same, and I asked why they were drinking so much, and they'd said the exact same thing as me, which we think's really weird. Strangely, it only started after we'd gone back to that area. Pretty odd. But anyway, we got some more work to do. I remembered I was sitting down taking a break and I'd hear people running around. I was quite tired, so I actually didn't take too much notice of it at first and just kind of let it happen around me. But then after a little while I thought, you know what, this is quite weird. It would almost sound like there were tens of people running through the forest, like you'd hear the sounds of them rustling through the trees and whatnot. But then, as soon as I looked up, nobody was there. Really odd. And then go to sit down by the lake just to cool off a bit more. Or ravine, I'm not sure what you call this. And that's when I see something really creepy. There's a bear. There's a really large bear standing in the water not too far away. I don't know why it looked really creepy, just the way it was stood there. I'd never seen one before until this point. I was a bit anxious by it, though I knew truthfully there wasn't too much for me to be worried about. This thing wasn't really going to attack me, right? The ones in the area were known to be relatively friendly as long as you leave them alone, but this looked weird. Again, odd, I can hear the sounds of rustling around me, but I can't see any trees being disturbed. It starts to creep me out a little bit, so I decide that it's time for me to head back to the other guys. I say, guys, I think I saw a bear. They start laughing at me saying, oh, did that steal it? I say, no, you idiots, I mean, it's a bear, literally just a bear. They all kind of hushed up a little bit, realising that I wasn't trying to make a joke out of the situation before. They asked me to describe it, and I say about the size of this thing, and one of the other guys says, nah man, you're just imagining it, we don't get them that big out here. Because what I saw was about 7 feet tall when it stood up, but apparently there's no bears that big here, so yeah, do you want to have a look? He says alright, so we both walk down again. Again, I was a bit anxious now because I thought, well, what if this thing's got closer? I thought we should be able to smell it though because it was in the water, but again, can't really smell much of anything. Big bears out here, but we don't know where. We ended up nicknaming the site Big Bear because of it. It sounded pretty cool too. Now we have further investigations but cannot find a thing, so decide to go back somewhat more cautiously. None of us have a good way to defend ourselves here, we were just preying upon the good nature of the beast. Hopefully that's something of which it could uphold, but I couldn't be certain. So we get working again, and we start tearing down this other cabin. It's actually got an upstairs part, which I think is pretty cool. I had a radio with me at the time, and I put it down and just started listening to music working away. I was trying to take out some of the dead wood and areas that had got termites and things like that in it. Those things can be nightmares. You need to make sure that all the support beams are actually still solid. Obviously, we didn't want to renovate something dangerously because that would be a nightmare for our job. I do notice that the radio channel keeps on changing, and I think that's odd. I keep going to turn it on to the right one again, but I repeat this process a few more times before realising it's one of the guys. I go down and say, hey, can you just leave one channel on please? I don't want to listen to the rubbish you guys like. But no one replies. They all just look at me and say no one's changed it. I can tell by their expressions that they're actually being honest this time. So I just go back and turn off the thing. I start working again. I don't like insects, so I'm trying to do this quite quick and I'm focused. I find that if I'm very focused on my job, then nobody else is actually going to bother me, and I don't worry about the things here like insects. But I do notice though the radio's on again. I hear what sounds like a voice. It sounds like a kid's channel because I thought I heard a child. So I go back to turn it off, then as my hand's about to touch it, it hovers for a second as I realise there's no light. This thing wasn't on. That's pretty creepy, I think. Maybe it's just bugging, so I take out the battery now. I head back up and start doing my work again. I got finished for the day, so I head back down. I then go back to the guys and all's as normal. We ended up going to get some really good food later that night, and we have a fire going somewhere, which is really beautiful. I think moments like that in life just make everything worth it. You know, just the peaceful aspects of it, being out there in the nature and just really being able to relax. I think it's really beautiful. So we go back again the next day and I'm still in there. I'm working downstairs this time. I've closed off the thing that leads upstairs. I thought if there's any insects or things like that, they'll just be trapped up there. Probably not, because there was quite a big gap in it, but I'm not really thinking like that. I wait a while and continue working before I hear something. I hear laughter of kids. I think it's in the radio which I've left upstairs, but I didn't really want to go up there, so I just try and ignore it. Then I can hear running around now, and what sounds like children playing. I was convinced it was the guys up there in the radio, so I thought, well, they're probably doing work I didn't know about. I don't know why they would have closed the latch on me, but that's fine. So I'm still working there, and I go up finally to try and turn off the radio, but I can't see it there, which I think is quite odd. I go down now, and the other guys have went off for something, and it's just me there alone. I'm here for a while and just start wandering around, waiting for them to return. We had a deal where if we have to go out, we'll bring back lunch for the other guys, which was fine. I was getting pretty hungry now, so I was eagerly awaiting their return. Nobody returned for a while, except eventually I see somebody turn up. Strangely, my eyes went blurry again just a second before it happened before. Or should I say the frame rate dropping in my head, whatever it is. That's when a person pulls up. You can see that he's been hiking basically. I talk to him and he says, hey. We talk for a little while and I said, what do you do here? He said, well, I'm just a native here. I absolutely love the area. I just well and truly can't get enough of it. Something about this place really helps me find peace in my heart, and I just feel like everything's good here. I tell him that I understand and explain that I'm not actually from here. I'm from a little bit further away, but I was just here for the temporary moments that I was doing the job. I then ask him about some of the history of the place, and he says, well, do you know where you are? I say, yeah, and I explain, but he says, no, in this building. I say no. He said, yeah, that building, there used to be kids playing there. It used to be a school many years ago, and a small one. When I hear that, all of the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. You said school? He said, yeah, yeah. I said, you gotta be kidding me. I thought I heard children running around upstairs. He said, oh, that would explain it then. We have a bit more small talk for not too much longer, and he goes off on his way. As he does so, I can't stop staring at him. So you're joking, I think. That place is haunted and I didn't realise. It's pretty creepy, but I decided not to tell the others. I mean, we're not going to be working here for too much longer. So that was completely fine. Now a few months passed and we ended up moving on. Now at about the same time, unfortunately, I had somebody in my family pass away. It's somebody that I was very close to and I felt quite upset because of this. Now, I remembered that I fell asleep one night. Now I'm just telling you this because I don't know if it was somehow related to what happened. But as I wake up, I need to use the bathroom, so I get up to go and do that. And that's when I hear it. Some kind of clicking sound. Odd, I don't know what it is, but I turn around and open the door, and there's a beam of light there. It was blue in colour, and just stood at about 5 feet tall or something. It was really odd. I was so scared of this thing. I rubbed my eyes to see if this was actually real, and unfortunately for me, that thing was as broad as daylight. After about 4 seconds, I slammed the door shut. I don't know what this is, but I'm petrified now. I just keep saying to myself over and over again, just please go away, please go away, please go away, please go away. I'm absolutely horrified now, not sure what to do. I ended up staying in here for a good 10 minutes before eventually I decide that I have to go out there. I have to get back into the world. I open the door and I can see it, wherever this light is. It's now moving, not very quick, but quick enough for me to notice it. And it's slowly but surely going further down the stairs. I think to myself, what is this? I'm still just as scared, but it's not following me now, so I feel a lot more safe. It now goes further and further away. Eventually, I see this thing and it goes into my backyard. I can't believe it. This time it looks different in colour, more like a dark purple or light blue. Then, it suddenly vanishes like it shot up out of absolutely nowhere and vanishes. I'm completely dumbstruck by this and I don't know what to think. I didn't wake up anybody else in the house because I didn't want to scare them, but surely somebody else saw it or heard it. I think I was so exhausted from the experience I just get back into my bed and go to sleep. I feel like this is the safest place for me. I can just stay here and let these things pass away. I didn't sleep very well, and nobody else in my family seems to have experienced it as well. I was the only one. Pretty scary. But now we've got more work to do and we haven't quite finished here. So we have to get back to that job again. We're doing some more renovating now, but it's mostly building at this point, so I prefer this, to be honest. I didn't want to go back into that cabin because it truly scared me last time. I didn't want the guys to know that I was scared too, and eventually one of the other guys ended up finishing that job for us. So now it should be pretty clean sailing. Everything's nice and peaceful, just how I like it. So we're doing some more building work this time when I do notice something rather odd about where we are. There's rocks everywhere in a certain shape. Weirdly, they seem to have some kind of markings on them, but I can't figure out what they are. Now again, my vision goes odd when I discovered this. It's like my head starts shaking back and forth or left to right. And I would almost see some kind of heat waves every so often. It only seems to be in this area though. It was like, for whatever reason, there was some kind of force or something trying to stop me from exploring or investigating whatever this is. Now again, can't figure out exactly what this is. The best way I can describe it is like, you're kind of standing near a hot spring or something, And you know where you've got the little heat areas, but not with the water vapor yet, but you can see it's affecting the way you see things, and light diffracts. It was like that. Really weird. I wonder if it is actually hot, so I put my hand near, but I can't really feel much of anything. That was very weird to me. It was like something I couldn't really explain, and I do start to get worried that something's wrong with me, or my vision. I decided that I've got to turn back now and try and find some of the others. Now again, I really think that if I can explain what I've seen to some of the others, and somebody else can see this with me, then we're going to feel good. I'm going to feel normal, and I haven't got to worry so much. For some reason, walking back, I felt very heavy. It's like I could only focus clearly on the things in front of me, and I'm kind of bouncing off the trees a bit. It's not good. I think it's the heat. I felt like my legs are heavy, and I can hear voices as I'm walking. Really strange. I can't make out words. It sounds like it's some kind of language which I can't understand, but it was really creepy. I get back and some of the guys are really upset. They ask what's wrong, and it turns out one of the pet dogs there has just died unexplainably. It looked really creepy because it looked like all of the blood had drained out of it, but there was no blood to be found. One of my friends then screams. He says, "Look," and just poking out from behind a tree is a dark figure. I don't really know how to describe the shape, but if you've ever seen Darth Maul in Star Wars, it was kind of like that. It was really creepy. I decide that I'm going to tell them about whatever I've seen. Now, this is when things got weird. I kind of fell backwards and I'm just laying down looking up at the trees. I feel really hot and come across all sweaty, and I'm looking back. The next thing I know, the trees are moving now. It felt really strange. I can't figure out what's happening, but for some reason being laid back like that felt quite nice and peaceful. Now eventually I come round again and I realise that the guys are carrying me. It seems like I've had some kind of heat stroke or something, and they're taking me to get checked out at the hospital. I ended up sleeping for a while. I don't know why I was so tired, and I wake up with an awful headache. Luckily for me, the waiting time wasn't too bad in that area, so basically they just get me around and I'm able to get seen very quickly. But now, there's no explanation to what happened. Everything, including my blood work, comes back normally, so they think it is just a one-off thing, but to keep an eye on it. Oh great, what was that? The guys gave me a few days off then. I was really grateful for that. I think the time off helped me reset. I remembered falling asleep, then waking up, feeling like I was laying down again staring up at the trees. Everything looks really bright now, and it's weird. But I had these weird dreams. I remember one that really creeps me out was I woke up, and there was some kind of thing there. I know this thing wasn't very good. It was more like a demon, I guess, and it told me to come with it. It was like it communicated telepathically with me because I just knew what it said without really hearing anything. And then it showed me all of my worst fears. I've actually heard about this happening to other people as well, but my god, it was creepy. Wow, I mean, it just showed me everything I didn't want to see, and then just calmly put me back like nothing had happened. I woke up and felt really weird after this, knowing that I needed to at least get back to work and back to civilization, so that's what I did. I come back to work and I ask the guys how things have been, and they're a bit quiet. I say, "What's up?" One of the guys then speaks out and says, "Yeah, we kept seeing something. I don't know what it is, but there was some kind of little thing that seems to be following us." I said, "Are you sure it's not an animal?" And they said, "No, it just looks completely different. It definitely can't be an animal." "So what is it then?" I said. Alas, I get no answer. Great. This is creeping me out. So we get back to work and things are like normal for a while. We finally finish up there and we're all really relieved. We go out to grab some beers to celebrate and to mourn the loss of our animal. It really hurt one of my friends, so I really felt for him. But I remembered for a few nights I kept having a dream again that I was laid down looking up at all of the trees slowly spinning. It's really weird. It's like I was laid on my back being carried around throughout something. Then I had another dream which connected everything. I'm at those stones again. I can see the markings more clearly now, but I never really figure out what it says. It was like I was reliving that one moment and event over and over again, but I don't know why. More than likely it's just because it was what was going on in my head at that time, but it's definitely freaked me out a lot. I mean, it's not a good thing to have to experience, and I hope that nobody listening here has to experience anything like that. It's such a creepy feeling. It really feels like you're being dragged away from reality. Really odd. And every so often I would have a dream like I was at the perspective of a dog or something, just kind of rushing along through the forest. It seems to be the same area as where we're working, but I can never be 100% sure of this. But that's fine. Just a little bit of a creepy one, I guess. Even in these dreams I would have the blurred vision, though. That was definitely odd. To be fair, it actually put my mind at peace, though. It felt like, I don't know, it made sense of what was happening. So now, I wake up again and all is normal. We're going to quite a big site now. We have to clear a few trees in this area, and luckily they've actually provided somewhere for us to stay. It was quite an old house that was no longer being used by a family, and it was bought by a company not too long ago, and they said we could stay there. So I get over there, put my things down, and start to do some work. I had to pretty much do some more surveying and stuff. Again, it's not very fun, but I just make it like home and just start to do my job. Now, we had to sleep in bunk beds here, which I didn't mind. That was fine. There have been reports apparently of some kind of strange noises in the night before by other workers, but you know, that's just what people do to try and scare each other, isn't it? There wasn't too much to make from this. I kind of didn't care. I was just happy to be there. It was better than where we had slept on other sites, so I didn't have too much of an issue. So I make it home for the meantime. That's when the first weird thing started happening. One of the guys that we were working with kept on telling us to knock it off in the night time. He'd say, "Hey, come on, cut it out, we really need to sleep now." None of us said anything. We just presumed that he was talking in his sleep or something. You know, just normal stuff and nothing to be too worried about. So we all go to sleep again. Eventually we ask him about it and say, "Do you know how much you sleep talk?" He says, "Sleep talk? I never sleep talk. I was awake, one of you was touching my leg." We all say, "Nah, you're just making this up." He says, "No, come on, just stop. Admit it, who did it?" We said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "Look," and he showed us on his leg and he's got some scratches on it. Wow, they looked a bit nasty. We then think it's a rat or something and set up a few different rodent traps. This did stop it for a while, but the traps actually never went off, so that was different. Yeah, I wasn't really sure about that one. We think maybe he's just scratching it in the night in his sleep, then blaming us for it. But that was that really. Eventually he went off to another site and we just forgot about it basically. Things are going well, but then eventually one of my other colleagues has to sleep in his bunk. I'm actually a bit higher up now, so I feel alright. I feel safer up high for some reason. Even if worse comes to worse, I feel like I can just jump on a person if they try and rob us or something, so that's fine. None of the robbers are getting us, or killers, or whoever there is. It's just something I've been paranoid about for a while for no reason, but hey. So, we get back to our job and things are like normal, but then I wake up and I see something. Just out of the corner of my eye, I think it's a rat. I get up quickly and go to make some noise, but I ended up stopping myself knowing that, well, if it is there, if I make any sounds it's not going to run off. It's just going to probably either come towards me, which I don't want, or it's going to go into a trap if I'm quiet enough, so that's what I aim for. So I stay completely quiet. My eyes aren't very good now because I've just woke up, so I have to take a few seconds to adjust to that. I've got night vision though, which is good, so I can see alright. Then, Eventually I see it coming up to the bunk. Oh my god, it's gonna come up here. It's gonna come up here as I see it approach where the ladder is. But then it crawls over, going up to my colleague's leg and starts scratching it. I then realise that this isn't a rodent. I don't know what this is. It kind of looked like a weird small thing hunched over. My heart is increasing literally every second now, as I see something moving. I don't know what this is. There's some kind of thing which is slowly scratching my friend's leg. This goes on for a little bit and I'm screaming inside knowing that if he wakes up he's going to be scared. And I don't know what that thing is. I'm scared to fight it. This keeps happening now. Scarily, this actually goes on for probably another 20 minutes. I think, God, why don't you just wake up? I look around to see if anybody else is up, but nobody else is. This thing keeps going, and then goes over to the other side of the room. It keeps on and on scratching now onto the door. I think surely this has got to have woken up somebody, right? But again, nothing. I think how on earth has nobody woke up to this? It's really creeped me out though. It seems to vanish under the door, which was also really freaking weird. I then wake up, and it's sunlight now. My friend wakes up, and you can see that his leg's actually got a bit of blood on the sheet. He keeps washing it, saying, God, I think the rat come. I then say what I saw, and my other friend looks at me weird and said, yeah, I saw the same thing. I say, what was it? Because he was closer than I would have been. He says, I don't know. It's not like anything I've ever seen before. I then ask if he saw it leave, and he said, yeah, it just kind of vanished at the door. And that's what I heard too, and still. We then look at the door, and weirdly there's no scratch marks, just on my friend's leg. We don't know what this was, but we decide it's time to leave. We pack up all of the gear, and we decide to get a hotel. It's a bit of a drive away, but it's a lot safer than that place. Now years have gone by, and to this day I have no idea what that creature was. I have found out a bit later down the line that apparently what I saw might have been some kind of ancient burial ground. I have a feeling that I disturbed something I shouldn't have and that maybe it followed us, but I don't know. I don't know what any of this was, and I don't like it. I'd worked in my job for about 10 years and I really enjoyed it. Though eventually I did kind of get tired of seeing the same things. Now some of my friends said, oh, maybe you should get a different job and not work as the park ranger that I had for so long. But I don't know, there was something about it that I just couldn't seem to go away from. I wouldn't say I was necessarily drawn to work in the forest, but it just kind of connected with my soul. And I'd done it for a number of years afterwards. I'd like to share some weird things that happened to me with you guys, because I think it's important that other people know about them. Now the woods are pretty big, and we don't really know too much about what's out there. Now keeping that in mind, I'm open to the possibility that some of what happened to me was just done by weird people, but at the same time, I'm not really so sure. Now this particular event happened when I was relatively isolated too. I was basically patrolling somewhere, and I eventually got moved to go and inspect a cabin. The cabin was fine and we knew that. I just needed to stay there for a couple of days just to complete all of my checks. Now, this is something I thoroughly look forward to. It meant I could read and drink my coffee and just bring a few newspapers up there with me and just have a nice time being there on my own. I'm one of those people where it takes a few days of getting away before my mind completely opens and gets off of the tasks and things that are around me. I was having a hard time escaping from some of the stresses of life. I was staying strong and getting on with things, but I was going full speed ahead and not really taking any time for myself to sort things. so I could really do with this break. Some of my other friends at work there said they found the same thing too, but they did report feeling weird when they were out in the cabin. They said that they had the feelings of being watched. I didn't really take much notice of this because obviously, if you're out there in the woods, these feelings can come across very quickly. So it wasn't anything to be surprised about really. I don't know. When you'd worked out there for a number of years, I guess you kind of got used to it all, so I wasn't really fazed. So, I look forward to my journey. I remembered that on my last night before heading out there, things were pretty good, and some of the other guys there were just having a few jokes with me, trying to put me off the whole thing. They said, you know, there's Sasquatches out there. You heard about the bears that can come out of the trees and things like that, just joking. I didn't let it bother me though, and I said my goodbyes and set out. I remembered going home that day. I felt pretty comfortable and happy knowing that there was good things ahead of me. To be honest, my thinking was getting a little bit more negative at the time and I needed to get away. I won't go into too many details about things that was happening, but you could say it wasn't the greatest time of my life around now. I was using work as an escape really, which isn't the best of things, and yeah, everything worked out exactly the way that I wanted to. I'm now married with my wife and have a small boy on the way, and I'm really excited about this. I got another job that I absolutely love, just at the time those things seemed far away. When I get home I make sure that I packed up all of my coffee and everything else that I could need for this. I didn't have to bring that many things with me. I had some cookies and other supplies and snacks. You do get the supplies out there, but they're kind of more like military rations or MREs if you call them that. So I wanted to bring some other sugary things to make this more exciting. The cabin actually has a fridge and it's relatively well stocked, but sometimes the fridge will go out, and that's going to be annoying because you're going to have a very hungry few day tenor there, which I was trying to avoid happening to me. I remember driving over from the gas station. I actually took the wrong turn and go back to the normal place that I work, forgetting instinctively that I was supposed to be in the cabin, and I turn around. One of the rangers waves me away and pretended that he was saluting me like I was going on a military mission I wasn't coming back from. I did it back. I didn't really think much of it. As I'm driving, the trees are providing some very nice shade from the intense sunshine. Now it is one of those summers where the sky was beautifully clear, and it makes beautiful shaded areas in the forest. It was such a beautiful place to be. I really recommend anybody that hasn't been out there before to try it, because I think it's great. So I continue on my drive and there's some insects that are getting into my little truck, and this is annoying. One of them I couldn't get out for the life of me. I'm not sure whether it is a mosquito or what because I was concentrating on the road, but God was it annoying. I actually had my shirt off trying to bat it, but then I realised that I couldn't put my shirt back on again, and it was actually quite funny. Nobody really knows about this. This is the first time I've told people about this specific detail. Now, eventually I managed to get to where I have to park up and I dismount. I still don't know what insect had actually got into my truck. I just figure out that hopefully, after a couple of days of being locked in there, it will die. Or worse, it will have children, then I've got a new problem. But I'll worry about it later. So I get my box of things and everything and I start walking down there. Now again, the trees are absolutely wonderful. I feel really at peace and happy. There's almost like every direction that I look in, there's nature all around me, and I couldn't feel more happy. I'm honestly beaming at this point. You can see the high rock formations all around me, and it looks incredible. It honestly looks like it's something out of a film. And I'll take my way across a bridge with a stream that once ran. Closer to the winter months there'll actually be more water through this, but it's just become so dry that there's nothing there. Sometimes I wonder how the trees stay so strong and lavish, but they do. Now, after probably about 2 hours of hiking and seeing lots of dragonflies and other beautiful insects, I eventually make it to the cabin, and it looks pretty dusty. It looks like it's been coated by a sandstorm or something. It's a bit annoying because it means the other people that were there before didn't actually make any effort or progress to clean it off, and I find that quite annoying. It doesn't take any effort whatsoever for people to be courteous to each other and to make our lives easier, but hey, here I am. Now, I remember the first weird thing I saw is a turtle shell. There are no turtles that should be around here, but why is there a shell here? I thought maybe one of the other workers or hikers had left it here, but I don't know. Seems pretty weird. It was hollowed out too, which was especially strange. No skeleton or anything. So, I put the key in the door, put my things down and make my way inside. And I met with a beautiful smell of coffee. Not bad coffee, but some unopened ones that people have left around, and other little presents for me to find. This makes me very happy, and I start boiling the kettle. Now there's something wrong with the kettle and it seems to constantly boil, and I go to turn it off. As I turn around, I think I can see something in my peripheral vision, but as I look there I can see nothing. I presume though it was just my eyes adjusting from the bright going into the dark, and I don't think much of it. Though this time I'm a little bit more scared, and I decide to close the door behind me. I met with a feeling of peace, and the cabin's really nice. It's quite basic, but you have like a toilet area, a little kitchen area, and an area to sleep. It's kind of like a studio design if you were imagining a modern apartment, where you've got one area sectioned off and everything else is in the same room. I don't have an issue with this though. I knew there wasn't that much water, so I have to really try and ration it. I don't have a clue when they last filled up the tank, and I don't want to be the person that gets left short of showers and things like that. Especially because of how hot it is out here, it can become really overwhelming very quickly, and I'm trying to avoid this. So I'm really having a great time at first. I decide to make some food and open up one of the MREs. After this, I drink my coffee and I have my cookies and I'm just relaxing. I know that I'm going to need lots of energy because I have lots of different areas to check. It's nothing too much, I just have to make sure that paths can still be travelled on and stuff like that. So I set out and do this. There's a really beautiful cool air as I set out, and it makes me feel quite at home. As I step out, I do realise that I can see something up ahead of me. It's on one of the paths that I have to make sure is clear, and I can see it's a little bit overgrown, but I guess that's kind of normal. Basically, as long as I could get through okay, it would be a pass. If not, I would have to try and clear it out myself or make a note of it so people could come out and clear it. I actually have a shovel with me and I want to attempt to fix some of this myself. Now, as I make my way through, I come up to a large tree that looks like it's covered in moss, but is something slightly different. I'm distracted by this as I see something further. It looks like the silhouette of a person standing there. I don't think too much and think maybe, well, it's probably a hiker out here. I decide not to disturb or scare them. I think maybe if they see my shovel they might think it's a weapon or something from afar and become scared, so I don't make too much sound and just continue. I've decided that I should go around the path away from them so they don't really get spooked, and that's what I do. Now, eventually I have to loop back round and I get to the other area that I need to check out. I go across another little path which takes me over a stream that once flowed. It looks really pretty once more. I then realise that I can still see the silhouette. I do think this is particularly strange because it doesn't seem to have moved. I'm not sure whether somebody's left a jacket there, and I decide to investigate. I follow up some steps, and I keep staring at this thing, but I can't make out exactly what it is. Now, as I'm approaching, I'm feeling completely relaxed. I think it's just the environment and not really taking too many notes of the situation, but I was maybe too cautious and free and think that I probably should have had a better approach to this as I get closer. I can see something staring at me now. I say something because I can tell it's not a person, but it was pretty weird. It looks like a black sheet with some kind of mask up on it. I can now see that it's a hood. It's not a hoodie, but it's kind of flowing down. And I can see the base of it as a tree. Somebody's left some kind of drape over this tree, and it doesn't look normal. I get closer and closer, and I presume that somebody's left a tent up here. I think it's weird because it's black, and I think, why would you want a black tent? You're honestly going to get scalderingly hot. This is certainly not the kind of tent you want out here. And I then have to start making my way off of the path. I'm a little bit annoyed about this because it starts messing up my uniform, which I really enjoy keeping pristine. I do, however, eventually make it over to the back of it and go to grab it and pull it down, but it's on there pretty tight. I then take a step to the side and I can see a skull. I don't know what kind of animal skull this is, but it kind of looked like the Halloween scream mask that you see every October, but almost like a makeshift home one. This is pretty bizarre. I eventually pull and I'm able to tear this thing down. I go to touch the part of the skull that's on top of the tree stump, but I decide I should probably leave it there. As my hands are probably an inch away from it, I just hesitate. I don't know, it just felt weird. I look this thing in where its eyes would have been for a second and I get the creepies. I realise that I can probably just kick this down though, so I use my force and I'm able to make the tree come down. And I'm quite happy. It was probably about 5 feet up in the air, the stump of this tree. And I'm glad that I don't have to see it anymore. The last thing I want to do is forget it's there, then have an absolutely horrifying moment as I make eye contact with this thing again in the dead of night or something. But that's pretty weird. That shouldn't really be there. I presume that maybe somebody's done it for Halloween, but this is in nowhere near to October. I don't know, maybe it's been there for a while, but I think this is odd. I take a few looks around and I can't see anybody or anything else. I just remembered that my hands felt very sticky too. It was almost like tree sapling, but somewhat different. It wasn't like this thing was glued up here, but it was certainly odd. I look around in all directions, trying to see if anything else is out here, but I can't see anything now. I don't think there's anybody hiding away too, but I do really think this is especially weird. It's the first time in my career actually that I've ever encountered something weird to this degree. I decide it's probably nothing and say to myself aloud, come on, you're the ranger here, let's get on with it. And I continue about my way. I go up some steps and start clearing another path. I start shoveling, and as I'm doing so, dirt is getting stuck to my hands because of whatever kind of sticky substance is on that rope thing that I pulled down, or that tent. It's actually quite disgusting. I'm usually not that creeped out by things like this, but it really makes me feel weird. I decide that I should probably head back now, and I start doing so. Now I'm not really proud of this, but I actually didn't do some of the surveying and clearing I was supposed to do for the rest of the day. I don't know, it was almost like something clicked in my head and I just couldn't do it. I kind of gone transitioning from being in the moment to being a little bit more cautious of everything, almost thinking more in philosophy about why was this here, what could it have meant. I head back and put the shovel down outside and I go in and start washing my hands. I really struggled to get this stuff off, but I'm eventually able to do so. Then I notice annoyingly that I've used up quite a lot of my water to do this. I decide that I should wrap up my shovel in bandage so that way I don't have to touch it again, and make sure that I wear gloves if I investigate anything similar. So I actually use the rest of the evening just to listen to music on the radio and try and relax. There was something about hearing that voice in the cabin that really calmed me down. I actually have the door open now because it's so hot, and I just relaxed really. Yeah, I had more of a job to do, but in this moment I was a little frightened really. This goes on for the rest of the evening, and eventually it's time to get some sleep. I close the door, have the bandage on the shovel now, leaving it ajar to the door, and go out. I take one last scan of the perimeter and head back in again. I put my stuff to the side and decide to keep a knife near where I'm sleeping now. It's something I've actually never done before, and I realise why it's a stupid idea when I woke up the following morning and I nearly stabbed myself. Funnily enough, it's not far away from my neck, and I thought, wouldn't that be funny if I ended up getting myself like that? I radio in my findings from the following day, and I actually lied about what had happened and just said everything was normal, and I make myself another cup of coffee. The cup of coffee is kind of like my morning debrief with myself, where I plan out what I need to do for the following day, what I could do differently and what I could do better. And for today, it's to not get freaked out so easily by small things. That's what I say to myself. I do some positive affirmations and I get ready to head out again. Now what's weird about this morning is that there's kind of a mist that's settled. It's not fog, but almost like a morning dew. But I haven't seen it out here before, and it makes the whole place seem a little bit Halloweeny and scary. I go to look for the shovel, and I can't find it. I look exactly where I placed it the following night, and I realise that it's nowhere to be found. No issues, so I probably simply misplaced it, I say to myself. I press on now, looking all over for this thing, but I can't seem to locate it. Okay, that's certainly weird. Again, I don't think too much of it and presume that, I was tired. I probably just forgot it somewhere. And I head out. Now I have to go about 40 minutes away from where I am now to do this further maintenance work, and I go into a really beautiful area where the trees are tall and quite skinny. That has its advantages because I have quite a good horizon here, and if there is anything or anyone, I'm going to be able to see them now. The trees are actually really tall. I think they're probably about 50 or 60 feet or even taller. It's really cool. Don't know how many years I've been here, but I really like it. Now the mist eventually goes and I feel a lot more confident being out here on my own. I have my coffee with me, but where it started to become more summery and hot as the days progressed and the trees aren't as thick here, I'm quite hot and start to overheat a little bit, so I resort to just sipping it slowly. I'm sweating quite a lot now. I don't feel like I need the energy though, I just like the taste of the coffee. So I continue this walk and eventually find a tree that's fallen down onto the path. It's not too big, but I should be able to clear it. I don't have the shovel, but I ended up using a big stick and I'm kind of able to plant it underneath and using the end of it to tether it out of the way. It only moves about a foot at a time, but my god is it loud. It sounds like a whole tree's fell, and it made me jump at first. I don't know how my stick hasn't snapped, but I continue this process when I hear something. There's kind of like the sound of rain, or maybe like lots of cups being thrown at something. That's the only way that I can describe it. Or maybe like someone was shooting ping pong balls off of the trees. It was weird. I thought maybe for a second I set off a chain reaction or something and some other trees were going down elsewhere, but I can't see anything. Everything is impossibly still for the sounds that I'm hearing, and that's especially bizarre. Now, I scour the area for as long as I can. I even go up onto the tree that I've just knocked down to get a better viewpoint, but I can't see anything at all. This happens for about 4 minutes before slowly fading out, similar to how the sounds of rain slowly go off into the distance as the clouds go away. But that was especially weird. I'm very drawn in to where the sound was coming from, and it's further up the path, so I now head up this way. I have my stick with me still because I knew it was strong. I say it was in case there was more trees to clear, but I was a little concerned now. As I'm walking, I see movement now up the hill through the trees again. It's weird, it almost looked like something was kind of floating through the trees. I can't really tell because how far away it was, but it looked like something quite big was kind of moving through them freely. Almost like it wasn't interacting with the trees, but more just the ground on the floor. Almost like it was in another dimension. I walk as quick as I can trying to get closer to whatever this is, but I seem to get further and further away. And that's when I stop. I'm drawn to the ground as I notice something. I think my brain realised something shouldn't have been there, and what do I see? The carcass of a deer. Now, it's not really the carcass, more the bones. But only the bones. It's almost like this was dipped in some kind of acid or something, because there's nothing else around it. I can't see any flesh, I can't see any blood, just a deer carcass somewhat perfectly in the middle of the path. I start searching now, trying to see if there's any other signs of anything or anyone that could have made this, but there's nothing. I look further and further, trying to see if there's anything similar, but again, I don't see anything. Annoyingly, it's my job now to move it out of the path, and I don't want to do this. I ended up prodding it with a stick for a while, probably about 10 times before I'm brave enough to actually just grab it and move it piece by piece off into the trees and the bushes. Now that was really weird. I remembered when I felt it too, it felt kind of chalky almost. Like too dry, like bone dry, but even more so. I don't know how else to describe it. The only thing that was making it wet is my hands that are sweating. I'm not sure if this is from the situation or just because of how hot it is, but I'm suddenly no longer feeling the urge to investigate further. I continue my surveying this time, and I realise that I forgot my stick. I look around and again, that was nowhere in sight, which is weird because I was sure that I left it next to me when moving the bones. Now eventually I come up to another clearing, and all is well now. I feel a lot better in this open space, just knowing what's going on around me. I finished the job for the day too, so that's a good sign that I can head back now and try and get back to some relative safety. So I turn away and start heading back in the direction and the path that I've just walked upon. Now I get back, and I'm at the point where I found the bones, but I can't see them. I think maybe they've sunk down into the ground a little bit, but that's quite weird. I should still be able to see the bones, especially because of how white they are. It should stand out from the background, but they're not there. I just think it's a good thing that it doesn't have to scare anyone else, and I think, well, maybe some kind of animals wanted them for God knows what, and I start to head back. Now the hike back felt probably twice as long, which is another weird observation. Usually I know exactly how long I've been out for, but I check my watch and I have been walking for the same amount of time, and it feels dreadfully long. I'm also quite tired. I go back into my cabin and close the door, and I fell asleep really quickly. Actually so quickly that I didn't even eat or shower or anything. I just woke up the following day about an hour before my alarm. So I eat, I get ready and radio in. And I say this time that I did find some animal remains, but nothing out of the ordinary, and that I've cleared it. They say, Mikey, great, good job, keep it up, not long now. I say thanks, and end the call. To be honest, I was relatively frustrated at this point because I've not really had the relaxing time that I'd anticipated, but I've still got a couple more days left, so that can come soon. So I get my things together, get ready, eat some donuts this time, which are actually on the turn. They don't taste that nice, but give me the sugar that I need to head out, and I do some extra work. Now, as I set out this time, I have to survey another area and make sure that there's been no fires here or anything. Apparently this particular area is quite susceptible to having forest fires, and we just have to make sure that there's nothing that could potentially be causing it. It could be trash that people have left behind or illegal dumping. Believe it or not, people will actually dump things out here. How they get this far out, I don't know, but they'll bury things. But the problem is, it makes methane and other gases that are very combustible. And we have fires that are deep out here and quite hard to tackle. So, I'm walking down the path, and in this area the trees are also quite long and thin. But the good thing about it is that it lets you see miles around almost. Or at least 500 meters in any direction, so I'm feeling safe now. To be honest, it's quite overgrown again, and a lot of the bushes probably come up to half of my height. It's okay, it just makes it a little bit uncomfortable to trek through, but that's fine. Now, I get to the area that I need to survey, and I can't see anything there out of the ordinary. I do notice how the trees have suddenly got much darker now, and it almost looks like nightfall in this particular area. But that's not an issue, it just means that it's going to be a lot more cooler there, and it's going to be a lot nicer for me. So, on my go, much more braver than the last couple of days now, and I feel comfortable. So I'm mostly done now, and I take a few rests. I'm drinking water, and my canteen's actually running a little bit low. Normally this means I should just head back because dehydration is going to be really dangerous out here. But I continue onwards. I see a beautiful bird in this moment that I haven't seen before, and it distracts me from everything. I've never seen this kind before. It almost looks like a green parrot, but it's a little bit different. I notice it's interesting because in all my years of working there I've never seen it before, but that's fine. Now, I take a seat and I look up and notice something odd. It kind of looks like an owl at the top of a tree. It's quite high up, but it's a very weird shape. It almost looks like a dinosaur to me, and I think it's odd. I can also see partly through it, which I think is really bizarre. It's probably about 100 meters away, and really difficult to spot, but I do. I get out my binoculars, and I can't really focus on it that well. I know it's a bird, but it's really difficult to see exactly what kind of bird, and curiosity gets the better of me. When I was younger, I used to love going bird watching and looking out for animals like this, so I decided that I should investigate. The good thing is, it's on the path that I'm on, so I basically just have to follow it in a straight line to get to it, and that's exactly what I do. Now I get closer and closer, until I realise something odd. This is no bird, at least not no living one. Whatever this is, has died up there, and I'm looking at the bones. But again, there's no flesh at this, there's no blood, there's nothing. What only appears to be the skull and a few bones of something up the tree. How it was all held together, I'll never know, but I think this is really weird. I take out the binoculars and look even closer this time, and I soon realise that what I'm looking at looks identical to the remains that I'd found before. Now that's really odd. How on earth any animal or anything could have got up there is beyond me. It almost looks like you'd need a drone or helicopter to take it up there. It's really creepy to see. It wasn't moving though, it almost looked like the head of a totem pole, with how perfectly it was stuck there. Wait, wow, am I getting scared now? I almost felt like I was in something's area and land, and it being up there was a sign that I wasn't supposed to be here. I try and mark down the exact location where I am, but I can't be too sure because I'm a little worried now. I decide to just forget about it and continue on the path and do the last parts of my surveying. I did these very quickly this time, and nothing out of the ordinary up here. I take a few seconds before I can actually turn around because I don't want to. I'm expecting to see something standing on the path staring dead at me in my eyes, but I have to be brave and turn back. I don't want to be stuck out here as nightfall comes. I turn around and there's nothing. I breathe out a deep sigh of relief and I start on the path and make my way forward. Now, I look towards where the tree is and it's still up there. It hasn't moved an inch, but I feel like my mind has miles away from the situation. I actually couldn't look at it other than that quick glance. I resorted to jogging past where the tree is. It's probably about 6 feet off of the trail, but I can't be sure again because I didn't take long enough to figure out exactly how close it was. I ended up jogging until I realised I have to stop because my eyes are starting to go a bit weird. Now, I start walking and I get to the other area where I can finish off my job for the day. The good thing about being out here usually is that you can finish the day pretty early most days and do what you want afterwards, but for me in this situation it wasn't a good thing. I'm walking as I notice some leaves fall and I get back to my cabin. Now back to my sanction and safety. It's the most relieved I've ever been to get back there in the time that I've been out. I decide that I need a sheltered day. I get in, I lock the door, close all the windows, and just have a relax. I fell asleep for about 2 or 3 hours and wake up again. I'm very dehydrated. I realise that after I'd been to the toilet and start drinking lots of water. I have a cold shower now to try and wake myself up. I finished writing up the reports of my day and findings. I actually decided to include it this time too. I thought something definitely wasn't adding up here, and it could have been chance that all these animal remains were out here, but I think it's very weird how there was no flesh and blood on any of it. I don't know what kind of animal or creature could be capable of that, but I know it certainly wasn't a hunter. Because A, they're not allowed out here, and B, how on earth could they have possibly got it up there without us realising? I don't know, but I guess I don't really want to know. I remembered that I couldn't even focus on reading, which was my attempt at getaways in situations like this. I just stare at pictures of some of the couple of days old newspapers. I'm not really sure what to do. Funnily enough, I actually started doing a crossword and it calmed me down a lot. I think probably all of my brain was being used, probably the parts that aren't normally used from being in dangerous situations, and it made me fly through that thing. Or maybe it was a distraction of it all, and escaping, I don't know. But I eventually drift off asleep. I wake up again and the sunlight hits my face, almost aggressively, and I wake up once more before my alarm clock. Usually this would never happen unless I was stressed out about something or if I had something important the following day. I eventually round my energy up and make my way out of bed and quickly get all of my food in me and showered off, and I get ready for my day. My alarm clock then goes off almost in time with when I get a call from the radio. Now it was just a normal call. They're basically just asking how I'm doing, and I explain what's been going on. They actually take this quite seriously, and they're worried about illegal hunters in the area. But I explain, I don't think this is illegal hunters. I really think this is odd because there's no blood or anything. They also agree that this is a particularly weird detail of my endeavour out here so far, and they say just keep a note on it, and I start to get ready for my last day. I feel happy now and more confident knowing that my time here is now limited. So I head out and start my final day. Things are pretty normal, and I almost feel like the air tastes different. Everything feels more peaceful, and the usual sounds and surroundings seem to be as they were. Everything seemed a little bit too quiet for the last couple of days, and I honestly forget about what had happened. I make my way up one of my trails, and everything's lovely here. The trees are ones that I can see quite far along, and there's parts of them slowly falling down, and lots of plants are in blossom, and everything being in bloom makes it look so much nicer. The first weird thing I did see was a big spider on some parts of wood that I had to investigate and inspect, but it didn't jump on me, which is always a good thing, and it kept its distance, so I was happy. Now, I get towards the end of my day, and I'm feeling good. You know what I mentioned earlier about wanting to forget about all of the worries and stresses? That comes, and I have a really beautiful peace of mind moment where nothing bothers me. All of the stresses are gone, and I feel really happy out here. Now, I actually start to feel a little bit sad knowing that my adventure's soon going to be over, and I have to return back to the normal parts of my job. The aspect of being out here in the cabin away from everyone and everything doesn't come too often, so I take a few moments to try and appreciate it more, and the sun begins to set, and I head in now. I've completed my tenor here, and it's time for me to return in the morning. I start packing out all of my things so I can leave quickly, and I head off to bed. Now, I didn't fall asleep quickly and start doing another crossword. I actually think of trying to develop my own, then realise how boring I am, and eventually fall asleep. And I'm awoken. I hear the sound of knocking on the door. I say I'm gonna come, give me one moment, and start to find my things. They persist so, and I say louder, I'm coming, just give me a moment. It seems to go on constantly though, which I think is pretty weird, and it suddenly dawns on me, nobody's coming to relieve me. It's pretty late in the night time, and something's off. I get up, look out the window and can't see anybody. Still in a dazed state, I go outside and look around, and I think I can see somebody, but I'm not too sure. I presume that it's one of the other rangers there, and I say, hey, I'm gonna sleep a bit longer, let me just go to bed. And I go back in and fall asleep quite quickly. Now I'm woken up about 2 or 3 hours later by the same knocking. This time, my conscious brain slips in, and something doesn't add up. I realise nobody should be out here but me, and why would they be waking me up so early in the morning? I realise that was not a ranger who I thought I saw. I get up quickly, and the knock-in this time really haunts me. I still have my clothes on from before, so I don't need to get changed at all, and I slowly peer out the window. As I do, I notice a deer standing up on its hind legs staring straight back at me. It doesn't look like a normal deer though. It looks terrifying and menacing, like something I've never seen before. No animal that I've known has ever been able to do this before in my life, so what on earth am I staring at? I then let out a gasp, and this thing runs on all fours. It runs into the forest and kind of takes on almost a human shape, and eventually gets off into the distance. I was stark glued to that window staring for probably over an hour, trying to see if it come back, and daylight now breaks. There's nothing there. It's just me alone in the woods. I think that I might have went into a state of shock after that, and I grab the things that I need, and I start slowly making my way out towards where the back of the cabin is. I have to put something away, and as I'm doing so, I hear my name, Mike. Mikey, come here. Look, I need to show you something. It sounds just like the other ranger who I've been communicating through on the radio with. I say hello, then go to stop myself. This can't be Mikey. I then go back in and I radio in for Mikey, who answers. I say oh nothing and I'm coming back soon, and he says see you in a bit. I think maybe he was talking on the radio and I somehow left it on. I then go back out and start making my way through the forest. But then I hear it again. Help, please help. Mikey, I'm hurt, you've got to help me. That's when I realised something was way off. He wasn't out here in the woods. In fact, it's not physically possible he could have reached me here in this time. I then start to walk very quickly, and the voice, it goes away, but then it returns again, seeming to follow me. But this does not sound like a person though. It sounded like something trying to be a person. There were breaks in its voice and it just sounded off, where it would go deeper every so often. Mike, come here, please, I beg you. Followed by crying. The crying sounds followed me for probably another 7 minutes, until eventually I get further and further away from them, and I only hear weeping and the odd Mikey, sounding more and more desperate. I know for 100% fact it was not my buddy out there. This was something far worse and menacing. The relief I feel when I see my truck is something I can't describe. I throw everything in the back and slam the door. I don't know why I slammed it so loud. I think it was to let whatever was out there know that I was in safety now. And I start up and I make my way back. I eventually get back and I remembered the entire drive just feeling very weird, almost like I wasn't in my own body. I get into the station and guess what? My buddy's there. He was apparently calling out for me desperately in the woods. I say, hey, were you out there in the woods? And one of the other rangers looks at me weird. I say, I heard your voice in the woods calling out for me, but it wasn't you. I then start saying more of what happened, and one of the rangers, who's a bit older, looks at me and says, yeah, you encountered a Skinwalker. I look at him like he's crazy, but he says, you know, they imitate voices. And for some reason I suddenly remembered the other detail, the weird looking deer thing I'd seen. I explained that I was very delirious and very tired and that I don't think it was anything, but he then explains that apparently this is exactly what they're supposed to look like. I then tell them that I'm never going back there again and that there were skulls out there that have to be investigated. He then says that he's going to send a few of the boys out there in a couple of weeks to figure it out. I say, weeks? Are you crazy? I say, they're going to be gone by then. He says, no, I'm not risking it, and looks very serious at me again. Now, it turns out that an investigation went out there to find the skulls, and you know what? They could never find a thing. Apparently some of the other rangers, when they're out there, heard other voices of who they thought were other rangers, even being myself, but apparently nobody was out there. Apparently the voices actually went on for the following months, before it wasn't heard again for the next 8 years, and eventually I left. Now, I don't want to jump to the conclusion that what I encountered was a Skinwalker, but from how they described it and what I saw, I don't know what else it could have possibly been. Now I need to give you some context before starting my story. My parents owned an absolutely beautiful property in a deep part of the forest that nobody ever really went to. My girlfriend was always paranoid, so I'd always have to make fun of her whenever we went there, but she absolutely hated staying there at night. One of the reasons I actually understood. During one time we stayed there during December, I stupidly woke up in the night and turned off all of the radiators because I was worried that there was going to be a fire. We had two oil ones and one electric one, and I was convinced that in the night I would move round and knock off the blanket and make a massive fire and we would die. So she woke up from the cold and said she'd never sleep there again. And I knew that was going to happen, but I decided I wanted to stay there a few nights. So one particular summer evening, around April, we set off and make it to the cabin. Now we're having a really good time there, and my girlfriend decides that she wants to go out into nature to have a look around, because this is something that she loves to do. Now, I don't want to go out this soon. I have some work to do on my laptop, so I'm staying behind to do that. And I'm actually quite annoyed because there's things I want to do with friends that live not too far away, but I just have work to do that's making everything clash. And I don't want to have the feeling, where you've just finished work, then just try and do something social, and your brain just can't connect to changing from work, so you just feel like you're not enjoying it. Well, yeah, I was a bit annoyed trying to work as quick as possible, but God likes a hard worker, so I stay. I say goodbye to my girlfriend as she goes out, then I go into another room. I'm working away on my laptop and I can hear the door open. I think maybe my girlfriend's come back to get something, but I can't hear much. I say to her, "Hey, what have you come back for?" But she doesn't reply. I think this is odd, but I thought she was probably just annoyed at me for something and continue working. I can hear some more movement, then eventually the door closes. I think to myself, great, God knows what I've done wrong now. But I decide that I need to continue working. Deciding that I don't want to be in trouble when she comes back, I decide to give my girlfriend a call and say, "Are you annoyed at me?" To which she is surprised and says no. I say, "Why didn't you say anything when I come in?" She says, "I've been outside the whole time. What are you talking about? Stop playing these games on me." And I say, "No, wait, didn't you come in then just ignore me?" And she says no. She says, "I'm sure it was one of the neighbours in the other properties just getting something and you heard their door." I think this is odd because I haven't heard anybody else around but us, and it's extremely rare that they would visit. I tell her, "Yeah, you're probably right," and go back to my work. I decide that I'm going to have a quick look round and see if anything's missing, but everything's where it should be, so I decide it's probably nothing, and I'm here anyway. I'd happily fight if I need to. I'm not saying I'm strong or anything, but maybe I could scare someone, who knows. So I continue on with my work. Now, I probably do so for another good hour or so, and I take a call off of my friend. He calls to invite me out to a friend's surprise birthday, and I desperately want to go, but I know it's not possible because I have to go out to 2 or 3 other places after, but I really want to try and go, and I tell him not to worry, I'm going to try and make it, but I'll let him know. I say God as I put the phone down. I'm desperate to get out and do things, but I'm chain bound to my laptop doing work. I decide to press on. Now, as I'm doing my work, I get another phone call from my girlfriend who says, "Are you gonna come over?" I say, "What do you mean?" She's probably about 400 meters away from me, but she says, "Where are you?" I say, "I'm in doing my work, you know what I'm doing." She says, "Huh? That's odd, I thought I just saw you outside." I say, "No, I don't think it's anything, but you should probably come back," to which she agrees. I decide to go out and try and meet her halfway there. I think it's a lot safer that way. I actually look around quite paranoid, thinking maybe someone's there, but surely it's my neighbours. I try and affirm to myself. But I'm wrong. I can clearly see into the other cabins that nobody else is home, and I quickly go out and find my girlfriend. More than anything, I'm happy I'm not in trouble for no reason, and my girlfriend's actually relatively happy, so we come back and end up watching a film. Now, we ended up going out for the rest of the day, and luckily, I managed to do all of the things I need to, and I actually feel really happy about this. We then come back to the cabin, and all is normal. We have a really good time and slowly fall asleep. Now, I probably fell asleep for a couple of minutes when I'm awoken suddenly. My girlfriend's annoyed at me. I don't know what for. She says, "Hey, why do you keep talking?" I say, "What are you talking about? I haven't said a word to you." She gets angry and says, "Stop kidding, I'm actually really scared now." I say again, "I don't know what you're talking about. I've been asleep the whole time." She says, "Were you not talking to me?" I said, "No, of course not. It's probably just in my sleep. Now you need to do the same." My girlfriend eventually falls asleep and I do too. Now, when I wake up in the morning, I have a strange feeling that something's off. I can't really describe exactly what it is, but I feel like somebody's behind me when I'm working on my laptop. And one of the things I made has gone missing. I think it's really strange because it's work related and I don't understand why my girlfriend would move it or anyone would take it. I was actually worried at the time that I had memory issues because of an injury from work, but it turns out I was wrong about it and I just had poor memory. So I kind of brush it off as nothing and just me going a bit senile. Now I drink some of my water and not long afterwards I feel really weird. I feel really lightheaded and dizzy, almost like I've been drugged or something. I think I've just stayed up too long trying to do work and I decide to lay down. I don't tell my girlfriend what's wrong because, like I said at the time, I was really worried about having some kind of brain issue from work. My girlfriend then goes out again eventually and I just tell her have a good time and she goes. Now I wake up 2 hours later to miss phone calls off my girlfriend. I have the worst headache ever and I realise my girlfriend's just moving out the door now. I say, "Hey, where are you going?" But she doesn't reply to me. I then go to call her quickly because I don't feel like moving and she says, "Why haven't you answered my calls?" I say, "What do you mean? Why did you just leave?" My girlfriend then goes completely silent and quickly comes inside. She then says, "What's wrong with you? You look absolutely horrible." I say, "I don't know, I feel really bad at the minute." I say, "I think it's an injury from work," but she says, "No, it can't be." I then realise that it's probably from what I just drank. I say, "Babe, don't drink any of the water, there's definitely something wrong here." But then she reminds me, "What do you mean I just left?" I say, "When I was waking up, I saw you quickly leave through the door." To which my girlfriend gives me a pure look of horror and says, "No, I was outside for the last 2 hours and got annoyed you wouldn't reply to my calls, but I thought you were busy working." I then tell her frantically, "No, ever since I've drank this water I felt terrible, but I definitely saw you or someone leaving." We then both look at each other horrified. I quickly go and grab a knife and start shouting at whoever it is to come out or I'm gonna stab them. It must have looked pretty funny because I was saying things I'd seen in movies, but we're both scared now. My girlfriend goes and waits by the window because it's safer there. I search every inch of the apartment and I can't find anything. I think this is really strange and I say we have to get out of here and make a police report. My girlfriend agrees and we gather up the stuff we need, which is basically our laptops, and quickly head over to the car. Just as I'm about to drive off, my girlfriend says, "No, wait. Look." I don't know what she's talking about, but she says, "Look, please, do you not see that?" I look up and I can clearly see some kind of marks on the window. I get out really quickly, this time filled with rage. I still have a terrible headache and I just assumed I was dehydrated, but I make my way over to the cabin windows and I can clearly see handprints all over them. They're from the outside too, and there's lots of different hands of different sizes. I don't need to hang around much longer. I just played it cool and quickly sprinted back to the truck. Well, as cool as you can look when you look terrified and you don't say anything and just run and hit the accelerator as quick as possible. My girlfriend doesn't actually say anything to me because it's clear what's happened. She has better eyes than I do and she can see all of the handprints. I didn't want to tell her when we were driving away that all of them were different sizes. We eventually make it over to my parents' house and I go and tell my dad what happened. I don't want to tell my girlfriend too many details because I know she'll get really scared, and I trusted telling my dad. My dad gave me a funny look and told me that some of the neighbours have reported seeing weird things out in the forest at night, in the sense of figures in all black walking round, seemingly trying desperately not to be spotted. I say, Dad, why didn't you tell me? And he says, Son, I didn't want to worry you. I'm sorry for what's happened. I forget to tell my dad about the water that I've drank and how strange I felt. And my dad gives me a really weird look, saying they probably drugged you and they were probably trying to kidnap you. I feel absolutely awful now. I'm more annoyed at myself for being so ignorant. Even if I'd got one of them with the knife, surely the others would have come. The weird thing was though, there was almost no signs of anybody around other than the person I saw in the handprints. I mean, you'd think all of the leaves in the forest would have been disturbed, but they were pretty normal, and I just don't know what to think of it. Of course, we never went back there again, but I haven't really felt right about the whole situation since, and I actually get really paranoid when I'm going to sleep. Now, I'm one of those people that can only really relax when I'm in nature, and luckily for me, I lived in an area that was very close to nature. Having been a forest ranger before, I guess I was really at one with nature and find peace in myself out there, so I didn't mind going during some gloomy mornings or during the winter months. I actually preferred it in some ways, to be honest. So I'd set out on one of these walks, just like the thousands I had before probably. I'd clocked up hundreds of miles in forest just from walking, and not only on my job. Now, I wasn't actually on duty during this particular day. Now, if I said it wasn't cold out, I would be lying. There was actually frost all over the floor, which made it look really cold, I thought. But to some people, this might be a bad thing, but I don't know. I'm walking through an area of forest that has really nice tall trees. They're pretty bare at the bottom, but have some leaves on the top and some leaves on the floor. I liked being able to walk through, especially at times like this when there was mist. It looked like the start of a horror movie, or maybe a Halloween movie, but I guess they're the same thing. But to give you a picture, the trees look almost black. There's an overcast so you can't really see the sun, and there's frost all over the floor and some water dripping from the trees. Again, to some people I'd understand why they might not like it, but to me, it was beautiful. So I begin on my walk like normal, and I realize it is actually quite cold, so I decide I probably shouldn't stop and should just keep going, because that's when you get cold, when you stop moving. And where water kept falling onto my head, it was actually making me a little bit wet, and that's the easiest way to lose body heat. Now, I'm having a really good time on my walk, and I eventually make it through into a clearing where the trees change and there's relatively tall grass. Now, I don't know if any of you have ever been to Scotland, but it kind of looks like some of the forests in there, and I thought this was really beautiful. Now, as I'm going along my way, I keep on catching some strange movement on the mossy rocks. It's really hard to describe, but it almost looks like every so often I see something move. Kind of like there's a lag in my vision, but there's literally nothing wrong with my vision because I have eyes that are perfectly good. I think maybe it's just my brain going a bit funny, so I decide to keep going. Now I'm following an old wall which is really beautiful and has more of this moss on it. Now I can't actually see very far ahead of me because the fog is quite thick now. It's slowly getting darker, but I know roughly where I am, so I haven't got anything to worry about really. I decide I need to make it away from the moss and get to an area that I know better. I can hear a faint moaning in the distance through the fog where I can't actually see. It's bizarre because it doesn't sound like any of the animals that I've encountered before or anything that you'd usually expect to find out here. And I also can't see it. There's just fog everywhere. It also gives a nice silence to the forest, well, except for this sound. It's a very deep kind of moan, but more aggressive if that makes sense. I think this is strange, but I think it could just be some animal I've not really encountered before and continue onwards. I decide that I should probably try and get to some high ground and make my way back to where I can return to my car easily because it is really cold. So I continue walking. I'm off the trail now, just going through the grassy stuff. Now, it's actually quite annoying because every time I'm walking, there are trees that have kind of fallen or where the branches are low, so I have to keep ducking under them. I continue making my way when I realise that one of the rocks looks like it's moving. It's a large green moss covered one and it seems like it's just sliding down, but not making any sounds. I stop and stare at it until it slowly goes off into the fog where I can't see it now. I think this is really bizarre. It appears like it almost stands up to the height of a human man and slowly kind of moves along like it's got parts of it that aren't fully connected. You know how if you move a mop, kind of like that, like detached but joined at the same time. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little worried at this point. It literally looks like someone in a ghillie suit, or maybe like a sniper suit. I try and get closer to it, but it disappears over the hill. I figured out what's happened now. Somebody is hunting in a ghillie suit but hasn't told anyone. Well, not me at least. I actually get a bit angry at this point because that's actually really dangerous for me. Because they could easily mistake me for something in the fog and take a shot at me. And guess what? There's not meant to be hunters here. At least I know what was making those creepy sounds earlier. I move further along and I can see more of the moss covered rocks. It looks just like whatever this person is, and as I stop for a few minutes, I can hear the sound again, this time closer, like a deep moaning sound. I look off and once again, I can see this thing. It looks like it's crouched down with its head down against a tree, moving very slightly forwards and backwards. I then notice to the left of it, there seems to be another person in a ghillie suit doing exactly the same thing. I think this is really odd. It just looks like big moss covered people moving, almost in distress. Now I call out and say, hey, you need to stop this. You're really scaring me and you're not meant to be hunting here. Then there's silence. One of these things stands up and just stares at me. I say stare because I can't really see its eyes, but this thing's tall. It's probably 6 feet at least, and it's not moving now. The other one's doing the same. At this moment, I'm starting to really doubt whether this is actually a person messing around with me or not. Or maybe some deranged, crazy person, I don't know. And then, I hear the sound again. It's definitely coming from whatever these things are. And they start slowly moving towards me. Not very quick, almost like limping towards me, but something's just so off about it. I think maybe it's people trying to scare me off, so I stand my ground. Well, that lasts for about 2 seconds before I get a gut feeling that I shouldn't really be here right now. I turn around and start making a quick walk away. I know if I walk quickly I can probably escape whatever this is, but I don't want to run and hurt myself on a rock. I turn around and I can't see too far because of the fog. I do this for a good few minutes and realise that this thing is keeping pace with me pretty nicely. I then make my way to even more of the moss covered rocks and I get a weird feeling that something just isn't right. I feel like I'm in something's home and I'm not meant to be, And in all my years of being a ranger, I've never seen a creature like this. It really looks like a weird swamp creature, but not. I don't know, it just should not be out in the forest. Now, I've heard stories from other rangers about this area having tribes that used to live here that would do all kinds of rituals, and they would describe some kind of night creatures, but these were completely different. The thing that had been described to us was much taller, almost like a giant pencil that would walk along slowly, but similarly, this thing would actually go in pairs or groups, so I don't know, maybe this was a winter variant I was seeing. No, stop. My mind's playing tricks on me. This can't be real. I continue going, and the fog's actually relatively annoying now. It's kind of making me feel like there's too much moisture everywhere, though I guess that's what it is. I continue until eventually I'm on a path again and I pick up the pace. I manage to make it towards trees that are actually a lot easier to move through and the path is straight. I stop and take a moment to question my own sanity. What are these things? What did I just see? And sure enough, one of them catches up with me. I can just about make a silhouette out in the background, and sure enough, it's slowly coming towards me. I scream, "Hey, I'm a park ranger and you better stop or you're going to be in some real trouble." The thing keeps moving, and I can just feel water dripping onto my head from some of the trees. I decide that I have to sprint now. I actually fall instantly, and I feel like my head from So I went camping with my wife and stepdaughter the other night near Langer, Montana in California. We were off the main road in a secluded route that seldom had cars passing by. No traffic had been through there for a while really, especially not foot traffic. Now I heard a noise late during the night that honestly could be explained logically by something natural that we don't know about. However, my wife and I have both been losing sanity trying to understand what the noise could have been or what could have made the sound. The first instance of the sound occurred around midnight, and we can only describe it as a slow, deliberate, rhythmic nail scratching on a tensioned paracord strip that was strung across the ground. Now, naturally, we thought that maybe it was some kind of critter curious about the tent, but the slowness and rhythm of the noise made us think otherwise, because the critters that generally scratch quickly and sound more hastily aren't like that. The other conclusion that leads us to believe it wasn't a critter is the fact that throughout the night we actually did hear squirrels running around outside, curious of all our stuff that was outside. Why is this detail important? Well, because during the time leading up to the noise and the time afterwards, we heard absolutely no critters running outside or away from the tent. Whatever was creating the sound was absolutely silent coming up to and away from the tent, or eerily enough, may have been floating around something of that nature. We did hear it again around 2 AM the same night, and during Pacific episodes, the noise seemed to have drifted from one corner of the tent, then closer to our heads, allowing us to even feel the vibration of the scratching reverberating throughout the floor of the tent. That's what led me to believe it was the taut paracord because of the vibration, but it was much stronger. We may have heard the noise again a third time, but it was so weak and went on for a small duration compared to the other times that we can't say for sure it was the same thing, but it was really weird. My wife and I were really disturbed by it because it just didn't sound natural for some reason. It was actually loud enough to keep us awake and alert for the rest of the night, but I just don't know what it could have been. I wonder if anybody else has had a similar experience to me, or if they know what this thing could have been. I'll start this off by saying that I grew up completely 100% adamant that the paranormal isn't real. Now, I'd been convinced of this for a long time. I think everything can be rationalized and that people who believe in it haven't really thought about it hard enough. So I live in the Midwest. I live in a small rural lot between a cornfield and a small forest in a camper. I lived in this county my entire life. Honestly, I know all of it like the back of my hand. That being said, I've come to the conclusion that my experiences around the rural and wooded parts of this county are creatures. I'm 100% sure of that. I've had many encounters actually, none back to back, but they happen frequently. There is a forest/park in the middle of town that I always hated going at night since I was little. As I got older, my cousins and I thought getting scared was really fun. We'd go there at night on purpose, but never lasted long. I always felt like I was being watched too. On top of urban legends of people going missing out here at night, it always made me feel uneasy. Fast forward to a few years ago, I got married and am settling into life as a husband. I'd take my large all-black German Shepherd out on walks at night. I always walk towards the park, but I usually don't enter into it. The first time something weird happened was 5 years ago. I was walking Paranoia into the woods in the front, and right next to me, to the left of behind where I am, is a neighborhood edge and a small playground which goes silent. The dog actually starts acting really anxious. He's usually very stoic and quiet. He's 120 pounds and built like a tank and looks very intimidating and seems to know it. I hear rustling in the woods following me. It felt like I'm being stalked. I ran home and that's the end of the first encounter. I had a few more encounters like this, but last year things really ramped up. I was on a walk at around 11:30 with my dog, my wife, and our little newer dog. He's a terrier chai mix. We're walking down the same path and about 3 blocks away from the woods, 4 or so deer are sprinting out of the tree lines into the street towards us. and they seem terrified. Then I can hear what I could only describe as, which sounds like a human trying to mimic the sounds of a monkey. I thought it was silly until recently when I read another guy's story who heard the exact same thing. We both laughed it off as some kids playing around. Once we get up to the woods and are walking parallel, we clearly see two reflective eyes and a silhouette staring at us down from the tree line. We then heard a deep growl, and then like a hissing sound. It wasn't super high pitched or anything. Both of our dogs acknowledged this as well. One of the dogs starts to growl. Now, around this time, I also got a job as a tour guide / maintenance for the Rail Explorers. I am working there again this year, well around April 1st. Basically, they take unused or tour specific parts of railroad sections that aren't used usually, and they have these pedal carts with motor assist on them so you can explore the tracks. It's super cool and fun. The one I work on is like 5 minutes from where I live, and it goes through the woods to an inaccessible part of the county unless you float down the river and hike up the steep loose dirt hills. You go under one old car bridge and you go over two multi-100-foot length old train bridges. The first one is larger and taller, and it's about 150 feet off the ground above the forest. The second one goes to the river. About 6 months into this job this fall, we work until midnight sometimes, with the last tour lasting until around 9 PM. That means the last tour for the last 2 months of the year are in complete darkness. The way that the job operates is with 6 employees. 4 get on the lead bike and 2 get on the rear bike. From the lead bike, we drop off 1 person at the busy intersection so they can flag traffic, and 1 person gets dropped off at the large train bridge that goes over to the woods, and the person on the bridge gives us a short safety speech, and that's for the customers really, who stop and go one at a time over the bridge. The employee carts are much faster than the customer ones. We all have walkie-talkies, and we usually have these battery-powered floodlights on stands that we use so customers can see us and also light up safety vests. One particular night, we were behind by 20 minutes or so. Instead of leaving the depot at sunset, we are leaving at dusk. I was stationed at the high bridge. By the time I reached the bridge, it was pitch black aside from the stars providing a little bit of light. My co-workers dropped me off and waited for me until the first customer arrived. I gave the little speech so that the first cart of 4 customers can hear, but they leave and I'm alone now. So, I was alone for about 20 minutes. I used the radio so many times, but it was static for everyone. One of the only times we've ever had an issue like that, actually. Also, I keep seeing movement now up on the tree line, which is pretty weird. Now, I keep hearing fast footsteps around me in every direction. I had the floodlight on above my head, so everybody could know roughly where I was, but I couldn't see anything. I turned off the floodlight and used my personal flashlight. I kept getting these quick glimpses of pale skin moving quickly, but right then, I start seeing stuff that I can't really describe easily. And then, I can hear the next customer coming close. So I turned the light back on and waited for them to come back around the corner. When they pulled up, I noticed that they had a little boy with them and he's scared of the dark. I'm terrified at this point, but try and act appropriate. Even more so because of the boy. I don't want to scare him. Now I'm finishing my speech, but I hear movement right behind me and say, Jesus Christ, and turn around with my flashlight on instinct. Poor kid. I told them it was probably just a deer, and they're good to cross the bridge. That same night, the person stationed in the intersection, now this isn't like a town intersection, it's very rural. It's right next to a massive cornfield. Now he's Native American and very in tune with his culture. He told me privately a few weeks later that he heard rustling in the cornfields and whatever was out there was whispering his name and trying to get him into the field. He was also without communication for about 20 minutes, but he wasn't in the woods and could see a lot better than I could. Another time, me and the same co-worker were heading back to the front of the cart. We were way ahead, so we stopped the car in the middle of the high bridge. It sounds scary, I'm a bit afraid of heights, and The bridge has massive gaps, and between the planks you could fit through. But after doing it every so often you get used to it. It's a clear night and we were watching the stars and having small talk, but then everything goes silent. We are 100 and so feet above the air in the woods and we can hear for miles. Suddenly the dog starts barking from across the river, 2 miles away can be heard. Now, we hear then what sounds like a human mimicking monkey noises. We hear a growl. He looks at me completely serious and in a stern tone says we need to get out of here now. I drive out of there, and he actually moved states to Nevada shortly after this. A few other things happen here and there, and the co-workers had other experiences too. Each of my co-workers has at least one story really. I'm only sharing mine in this post. A few months go by and it's late fall, around the middle of November now. I drive through the park in town a lot when I just want to go for a drive. I had my dog with me and it's around 2 AM. I can't sleep, so I'm listening to some CDs and just have a leisurely walk through the park. But when I get past the gate, I feel uneasy and weird. I get quite scared. Now going to the park that night makes me feel a primitive fear. It's kind of beyond fight or flight. I've never felt that way before, but every time I'm there I have it. So anyway, I get back in and I'm driving through the park now and have the windows rolled up a lot. The dog can still get his head out but can't jump out to go deeper into the woods, but as we go further, I feel scared. I decide not to turn around though because I'm already past the halfway point. Turning around now actually makes us stay longer in the woods. I start speeding though. I round the last corner and I see something that gives me nightmares. There was a pale, skinny, humanoid, tall, lanky, not quite human thing, crawling on its hands and feet, but it was crawling really quick, like at least 20 miles per hour. We don't have bears here. The only animal that size are a large deer. This wasn't a deer. It went from right, crosses the street and went into the tree line. The dog saw it too. Doesn't bark at animals, but he went ballistic. He was trying to force himself out of the small gap of the window, foaming at the mouth and snarling. He never acts like this. I'm actually a certified dog trainer and have raised him from birth. Now most recently, I've become absolutely obsessed with the park. I've walked there at night from my camper to the park with the dog. I'll never do it again. I didn't see a figure this time. As I was entering the park, a massive owl flew over my head, so close it actually could have hit me, and this felt really weird for some reason. As soon as I get into the park, I feel extremely weird, nauseous and anxious. I walk a few hundred yards, and the only streetlight in the entire park's there. I turn around to face the woods. Me and the dog froze for like 10 minutes. The silence is deafening. Anytime I'd hear something, I'd jump. The dog was also anxious too, but kept staring at a certain point way off into the woods. I swear that I could see eyes in there every once in a while. Now, I live in southwest VA in Appalachia, and I heard odd whistling in the woods a few days ago at night. It started when I was playing airsoft alone in the woods at maybe 7 PM. It's almost pitch black. I live in a lonely area. Now, I was walking around the woods by my house. I got to a clearing just on top of a hill and sat down to take a rest. That's when I saw something, and I hear an odd whistling. Well, I kind of saw movement, but I more hear the perfect whistling, and whistle a tune that I'd never heard before. It was clear and close enough, like let's say within 150 feet or less, and come from directly behind me. I wouldn't have thought that it's too far into the woods, but near to the property line with one of the neighbours. Now it instantly gives me chills down my back, and I have a feeling of being watched. I, not being an idiot and having a brain, waste no time in sprinting fully down towards my home, hopping over rocks and things. The whistling then stopped shortly after I start moving, but I felt like I was being watched and something felt off. I didn't see anything. When I did turn back to look, I see the gate that is always open seems to be closed. but it could be because of the darkness I couldn't tell. Now, I don't think it was a bird, and the leaves on the trees wouldn't have regrown yet. Now, it still stays cold at night, and sometimes during the day, but I don't know about the birds really. I also doubt it was a person, as I heard no talking or leaves crunching or talking or any other noise that would have suggested that. I should also mention that while this starts out in the middle of nowhere, it does gradually get louder for some reason. I should also mention that I've been in those woods for a decent amount of my life, and I've never heard anything like that. I mean, not even once. I was a bit tired. Now, I've been more tired before while being up in the woods at similar times before, and I'm not one to hallucinate. The situation still gives me chills when I think about it. I've had the feeling of being watched in these woods, but those feelings have never been so intense and extreme as that before. Now, I was hoping if anybody could help me figure out what it was. An animal? Maybe, but me and my family have dogs around the house and wild animals stay away. I haven't really seen anything outside of a bear or two or so in the woods, but I really don't know what it could have been. Growing up, I'd spent much of my life playing outside with my friends. This is in the days before you had video games and things like that, so it was pretty normal to make your own fun. All I'd have to do is take my bike, and after riding for about an hour or so, I'd be with my friends. I know that sounds like a long time, but I lived out in the backwoods, miles away from cars, so it wasn't really dangerous and it didn't feel so long because you're out in the woods. Now, later in my career, I became a park ranger, so I kind of got used to weird people and weird situations, but this is something that I couldn't explain from my childhood. Now, this actually comes from a number of things that happened to me, which all led to one specific event. So let me begin. So, I was playing out with my friends on one particular day, and one of my friends swears that he's seen a house out in the woods, deep in the middle of nowhere, but he knows exactly where it is. And he says, "God, there's a woman that haunts it and it's so scary. I really need you guys to see it." Now, we knew he wasn't making it up because when his brother came back from vacation, he was also saying the same thing. So one day we set out to find this. We had our bikes with us originally, but had to quickly dismount them. We decided to leave them because we knew it was going to be too difficult to proceed. There were rocks and things everywhere, so it was going to be really a headache to travel with them, so we decided not to. Now, we do notice some people further up also on bikes, and one, we have no idea how that they could have been on bikes out here because of how rough the terrain is, and two, we've seldom seen people here, so we thought it was a pretty bizarre thing, but we don't think too much of it and continue on. Now, funnily, this friend almost immediately gets lost and can't figure out where it is. He's basically adamant to not give up on trying to find it, but he doesn't really have a clue of where he's going. The nature's very nice though, but we're on quite a narrow path which is quite sheer. If you fell, you wouldn't really break anything, but you definitely get hurt. I've actually had the honour of falling in once and it wasn't fun. I ended up getting quite a lot of cuts and things and messed up some of my clothes, which was quite annoying. Now, after not too long, my friend finally gives up and says we're not going to find this place. I say yeah, that's fine, and we decide to start heading back. Now, I kid you not, just as we've started to turn around, we hear a really deep banshee type scream, one that echoes off the surrounding hills. It was far too loud to be a person. At the very least it would have been a large animal, but upon listening to the scream over the 2 seconds it lasted, you could hear some distinct words being spoken, and that was to get out. It's very hard to really figure out exactly what this voice was saying because I had so much adrenaline that I just couldn't focus on what I was hearing. But I look at my friends, and my friend who then led us out there confirmed that yes, he actually heard the same thing. Now we're panicking. As you can imagine, being young kids, we basically scream too and sprint out in the opposite direction. The best part about this is that we don't really know where we're going, and we ended up getting more lost in the woods. Now I ended up getting really bad because it starts to get dark, and one, I don't want to lose my bike. My parents have only just got me it, and growing up I really didn't have much money. So if I lost a bike it was going to be a big thing, but yeah, I really couldn't find it, and that was quite worrying. And two, I didn't want to be out here in the dark with the demon. And my parents were going to kill me if I wasn't back in time. Filled with more rage now, I start strutting around trying my very best to find where the bikes could be, and thankfully we found them. Now we all split off in our different directions, and none of us really say anything. We're just rushing to try and get back home. I've never pedalled so hard in my life because I was absolutely convinced that the demon thing was going to chase after me. I know now it could have just been a person out there, or maybe a large animal. That was probably the biggest threat, but I guess back then you really don't think like that. So I was pretty concerned by this, and I well and truly didn't feel comfortable. I just knew that I had to find my way home safely. So I get in and I get banned from being on my bike for a while, which was really annoying. I didn't really explain what had happened to my parents. I knew I was going to be grounded, and I thought, you know what, this is going to be a lot worse for me if I say what's actually happened. I know looking back on it now, I should have probably explained because it could have been a really dangerous situation. Who knows what was out there that day? Well, I'll tell you who doesn't know, me. So now fast forward a couple of months. My friend is still going on about us trying to find this place, and I kind of didn't want to this time. Normally I'm one of the real adventurers in the group, but I just couldn't be bothered. I didn't want to lose my bike luxuries again because I've just lost them, but he persists, and I guess we had nothing better to do, so I say sure. Now, I remember the day that we're going to set off again. He said that he knows the exact place this is. You know why? He said he had a dream about it. Being young, I really bought into this and thought, you know what, this time we're actually going to find it. So, we're riding down the path this time. We're actually on the more concrete area which leads into the main part of the forest, and we were going really quick. Next thing I know, I'm hitting the ground hard. My hands are stinging and something was off. I realised that I've crashed on my bike. I'd stupidly tried to go off onto what appeared to be a more flat part of the path, but I've gone straight over a big stone and ended up getting some cuts on myself. I didn't worry too much about it though. I was sat down for a while, and I tell my friends that they should just go on without me and that I need to get back home. I was young, but I was still quite concerned by this and ruining my clothes. I didn't want to get blood all over them. I know I have to get back to my mum. Now my friends, being the great friends they are, say sure and head off without me and leave me there. I look at the bike and it seems a little bit stuffed at first. I can't get the wheels to turn, so I ended up just laying there for a while. Now that's when I noticed someone. There's an elderly woman approaching. She's coming from just beyond the tree line up to my right. I look ahead and see if my friends are there to confirm if they're seeing this too, but they aren't. They're long gone. I'm a little bit worried now and very hastily get up and start trying to make my bike move. I'm trying to get the wheels to work, but I just can't seem to do it. For some reason I had a feeling that she was coming to help me, but she gets a little bit closer and just stops, smiling at me. Now she has some of the most jagged and rotten teeth that I've ever seen before. It's like this person had never seen a toothbrush in their life. Weirdly, their clothes didn't seem too dirty, considering that she's just come from the forest and surely they should have some markings on them. She's wearing a kind of dark coloured dress, but it looks pretty immaculate. If I had to guess her age, I'd say she's probably about 70 or 75. I'm not too sure. I wave at her and don't get anything back. I then say hello, and suddenly her expression changes, looking completely blank, almost like it's looking through me. Now that was creepy. I can't really make out much about her eyes because she has pretty bloodshot eyes, so I quickly get my bike, pick it up, and thankfully the wheels start moving while I'm walking. I look over my shoulder, and I can still see her there watching me. For some reason I wasn't overwhelmed with fear by this, as I know a lot of people might be. This is kind of uncharacteristic for me too, because often I am the scaredy cat, but not in this situation. I start pedaling slowly at first, but I then see that she's still there staring at me, and as you can imagine, I picked up the pace pretty promptly. Now I ended up getting back home, and my mum's very concerned about me. Annoyingly, she put this stinging stuff all over my cuts. I mean, it's probably antiseptic whatever, but my god did it burn like I've never felt a burn before. Honestly, it almost sent my whole body into shock how strong this stuff is. It was so much so that I'd actually forgot about what had happened until my mum asked again. I say I crashed over the stone, and then the lady come. My mum says, "What lady?" and asks me to describe her. And I explain everything that happened, and she looks at me kind of weird. She knows that there's no cars around there for miles. It's just the paths. You might get the odd truck, but it was very uncommon. She tells me that if ever I see that lady again, to come straight back and don't try and talk to her. I say, "But Mum, I couldn't even talk to her." I get the reply of, "I don't want to hear it." I'm then grounded and lose my bike privileges again. So it's starting to get quite irritating now. So not only are my friends out having this great adventure, I've crashed my bike on flat ground, hurt myself and got grounded again. I was pretty worried now because usually my mum does the 3 strikes and you're out kind of way of things. I lose a bike again, I don't know if I'll see it again. So I'm pretty upset. Now eventually my mum does release me from her prison and I'm allowed to go out. And I catch up with my friends and ask them what happened. They then say that they still couldn't find it, and I started laughing. They then ask why I'm not allowed on my bike, and I explain, and my friend says that's her. That's the lady who lives there. I say, "What do you mean?" He says, "The lady that haunts the house, you saw her." And I'm not buying any of it. I say, "The day I believe you is the day I see the house." And what happens? Nothing for the next 2 months. Until eventually I get my bike back and it's time to go out once more. In the time without my bike, I'm actually super bored because I'm basically stuck indoors all day and I'm just watching the days go past. I did get some video games in, so I just killed hours on it, but it couldn't compete with being with my friends. Now, we decide that we're going to set out one last time to try and find this house. Again, I really don't believe it's there. I don't believe any of it's true, but my friend constantly goes on about it. So now, we get on that path once again, and this time I'm constantly scanning the ground. I'm very scared to go over another rock again and get hurt. It's not actually the feeling of crashing that actually bothers me, it's more the fact that I don't want to have a crash and get that stinging stuff on me. The thing was, at this point, even if we did find anything, I was sure to just lie about it, because I think, what's the point of telling my mom about what's happened if I'm only going to get grounded again? So I swear that no matter what happens, I'm not going to tell her anything. Now we were riding for miles and miles, and eventually my friend said, "Stop," and we all stop. He says, "Leave our bikes here." We take them off to the side and actually throw them into the bushes so people can't find them. They're pretty well concealed now, which is something we're all happy about. Now we get up and we start going through the woods on this little path. My friend is absolutely convinced and certain that this is the way that we need to go to be able to get away from everyone. and finally find where this house is. He says this is it. This is what I found before. None of us really believed him, but I guess being gullible, part of us wanted it to be real. Now we walked for miles and miles, and we still don't seem to be getting any closer to anything. I tell him, really, is this actually a thing or is it just a figure of your imagination? He then says be quiet, and I don't. I just keep on going until eventually, there it is. In a break in the trees you can see an old white house. It kind of looked like an old English cottage but slightly bigger. It certainly looked old and very abandoned. It was 2 stories tall and looked like nobody had been there for as long as I had been alive, at least 5 times over. Now at this point I get a little freaked out, but my friend is persistent that we have to press forward to find it. We have to go in there. We have to know that it's real. I agreed, kind of getting more and more excited at this time. As we start to step towards it, a crow must have broke out of a tree nearby and it really made us jump. All of my friends are laughing at me for being so scared, but I don't know, I felt extremely on edge in this situation and it's kind of like something I haven't felt before for a long time. Even working now as a ranger, I still haven't had that feeling. I think I was too on edge. I was too ready for something to happen. Now we go a little bit further ahead, and then I can see some kind of movement. It almost looks like there's a cat or something in one of the top windows moving round. It's all black, I can't see eyes, but I knew something was in there. I think maybe it's an animal. And we continue going forward. I don't know, I'm getting a really bad feeling about this, one of my friends says. But again, we say that we've come this far and that we need to figure out what this is. And so we press forward even more. Now eventually we get up to where the door was. And I, probably being the bravest at the time, decided to step in first. And this place smelled really weird. It was kind of like an old smell. One that I hadn't smelled before, and something smelled really bad in there. I didn't know what it was. I kept on and on searching for the source of the smell, but I really couldn't find anything. So that was something quite strange. I just expected either something to jump out at me constantly, or to see some kind of dead animal or thing there to make sense of the smell, but again, there's nothing. Now, I decided to go up the stairs to see what else is up there, and this place looks like it is from about the 1800s. There's no furniture or anything. There is a picture on the wall, but it's all faded off and you can't really see what it once was. I don't think it was a picture, but some kind of portrait, but it's gone now. I then see a big spider go up the wall and I really don't like that. I'm looking for the cat though and I can't find it. I think this is odd, so I continue my search. I was sure I saw something in here. Even if it wasn't a cat, I just had the urge to know exactly what it is and just figure out what was going on up here. Now, I end up going further ahead, and while my friends are down, I realise that there's an upstairs area. There are stairs that go up another level. I go up the stairs and I can see a suitcase. I don't see anything else there, and I decide that I'm going to open it up. I have to know what's in here. Even if it's bugs or something, I really want to know. As I go to open it, I hear a sound behind me. It's movement. I'm not bothered, I think that it's one of my friends, and I slowly turn around, and there I see it. A woman crouched in the corner, staring at me. I then realise this is a woman that I saw before, and she slowly smiles at me. I drop the suitcase down immediately. It startles me but not her. One of my friends then joins me on the stairs and screams the second he sees the woman. Something about her didn't look real or human. The next thing I know, we're sprinting down those stairs. They felt impossibly long. It was almost like it had doubled in length. My other friends are also screaming now and we all come flying out of the house. saying, "What was that? What on earth was that?" I say I don't know, and we start explaining to the others what we saw. One of my friends is constantly looking around and he swears that he can see someone staring at us out of the window. We don't bother looking around. I mean, me and the guy who saw it, we just keep running. We were surprisingly fit, as we probably made it about 500 meters before slowing down again. We all stopped for a moment, now feeling safe that we're away from the house, saying, "What did we see?" No, none of us can agree on exactly what we saw. We keep looking around to where the house is, but weirdly we can't find it. I know that we run off and we're quite worried and disorientated, but we should be able to see the house, so it doesn't make sense why it's not there. I start to kind of lurch backwards a bit as I realise that the fear's really taken a toll on me. It's like my vision's gone a bit weird. We then start moving again. We start running as quick as we can, and we're trying desperately to locate our bikes. We eventually come back to the main path, but our bikes are nowhere to be found. Of course not, how could we possibly find it out here? How are we going to be able to differentiate it from the surroundings when everything looks the same? We didn't think of this at the time. I didn't even care about the bike. Now the thing that makes this suck is it's going to be a long journey back without the bikes, but we just can't find them. I do want to search for a bit longer, but my friends are all too scared, and we take off running again. We don't get too far as we're really tired now, and we have to start walking. What's worse is we've got about 2 hours of daylight now ahead of us. We're all discussing, running through the probabilities of what it was, and suddenly I get annoyed at the friend saying, "Why didn't you tell me that was there?" He says, "I can't know what's up there, I've never been in there before." We all look at him then, kind of annoyed, as if to say, "Well, why didn't you let us know that before?" He doesn't reply though. And eventually, we get to the part where we have to split ways. We all say goodbye to each other, and then watch my friends go off in different directions. I don't know why, I just felt the need to stop there for a second or so, just to try and figure out, or at least make sense of what had happened, but I can't really make sense of anything. I then think, God, my bike, this isn't good, I'm going to be in so much trouble, and I start to fabricate an excuse to my mum as to what's happened to my bike, so at least then maybe she won't be too annoyed at me. It was stolen, that's it, I'm going to tell her it was stolen. Eventually, after a 2-hour walk, I get home just before the sunset. My mum can see me without my bike and says what happened, and it was stolen, Mum. I think a kid's stolen it. Weirdly, she wasn't annoyed at all. She said, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, honey. We'll get you another one. Dinner's ready." I'm really surprised, and I take my food and go and sit in my room to eat it. Now fast forward to all these years later, and even in my current line of work, I've never seen anything so strange, and I still can't really make sense of it all. I don't know what I could have possibly seen up there. I'm just glad that I wasn't the only person to have seen it, and somebody else did, because if it was just me, I probably wouldn't have believed it. I've done lots of different things in my time, and I've kind of lived lots of different lives, I guess you could say. I'm always one who's up for adventure and trying new things that are different and unique to me, and I find those very exciting. I have landed a current career which I'm in, and a job that I actually quite like. So is my wife too, which is great, but I didn't always do this job. I was talking to a new colleague at work, and we got talking about what kind of jobs we're doing before, and it really got me thinking. Yes, of when I was a park ranger, the reason that you're all here listening to this. Well, for a few years after finishing my school, I didn't really know what I wanted to do, and there was a program that would send me to a different state. Long story short, I ended up staying there and I actually really like it. I'm actually still here today. After a couple of years of being in the state, I ended up signing up to become a park ranger. I actually had a few jobs though at the same time to get more money. I wanted to save up enough to be able to go to college, and luckily I was able to eventually, which is my career I have now. but at the time it seemed like worlds away, and I actually become a waiter. I hadn't done it before and the pay was not the best, but the good thing is we got lots and lots of tips and that was pretty cool. The problem with the job is that it's almost like if you did enough mistakes, they would just get rid of you very quickly, but it was easy to do in a high-paced environment like this. Sometimes you literally couldn't even go to the bathroom, which I think was a bit ridiculous, but hey, it is what it is. I loved this job, and I really liked the environment. I remember when we'd wake up, there were some large animals like deers and things like that would always come up to where we were staying in the main facility. You actually had to be really careful of them sometimes, especially if it was their rut season when they were looking to reproduce, because the males would get very aggressive, and you had to be careful. The other problem too is tourists would always stop their cars and try and take pictures and stuff, but they were just kind of oblivious to the danger of it all. And yeah, it was actually really dangerous to be there, so you well and truly had to watch out. Now, I didn't mind though, but like I said, the job didn't pay that much money, but it was very close to my other job, which I absolutely loved, which was being the ranger. I found it good, but I almost feel like I was doing so much that I couldn't appreciate the things that I had around me. It's something I still have now, but it was almost like I was a spring compressed and I couldn't really appreciate everything for what it was. But as soon as I got out there doing my ranger job, I'd very quickly forget about the stresses of being a waiter, and that was good. I could also soon forget the fact that being a waiter wasn't a permanent thing. It was kind of like temporary for the time, and I knew that, just I couldn't convince my brain of it. So I head out on some of my normal patrols and everything's grand. There's lots of people out here that I actually become friends with, and I'd get some regulars there who would just hike the trails. It was a pretty cool place to go hiking if you ever get out to these kinds of places, and I'd really recommend it to people who haven't tried it yet. I remember though, there was some weird smell that none of us could seem to escape from. It was almost like sulfury, but kind of different, almost metallic at the same time. It's the kind of thing that was almost like sharp, and it would make your nose feel cold. It's pretty weird. I wasn't the first to discover it, but I wasn't the last, and I remember some other staff reported it too. Apparently this actually happened in other places and not far from the restaurant that I was waiting in. And I thought, you know what, this is a bit weird. I was quite paranoid and thinking too scientifically in the presumption that it was a dangerous chemical that we weren't supposed to smell but could, or something leaking from the ground. I was paranoid maybe it was radon gas, but I didn't realise that you couldn't actually smell that, and we're in the open air anyway. My scientific knowledge has come a long way since then. Now, eventually, the smells seemed to go away, and things seemed to return back to normal. I was finishing up one of my shifts doing the waiting, and I was washing some dishes, and I noticed something strange. Outside of the window, a bit further away, I could see some kind of faint glow. I don't really know how to describe it. It was almost like a reddy colour, but had more of a green tinge to it. At first I presume it's a fire, but it doesn't act like how a fire would. I don't know, it just felt a little bit different. It looked kind of weird, and a little bit creepy actually. I just convinced myself it was nothing. I finish up on my washing and go outside to see what it is, then I realise that it's gone. I'm pretty sure it's some kind of reflection or something that I didn't realise is there, so I just go back to what I was doing. I remember just thinking, God, I can't wait to just escape and let my mind settle. I was kind of aware of the compression spring thing that I was talking about earlier where I was doing too much, but I was kind of just going with it at the same time, but I knew I needed to get out of there and just have a few hours at least of peace just to clear this up. Now eventually, these smells do pick up again, and weirdly, somebody else reported seeing a strange light in these woods. Now, this particular colleague reported them differently, saying that it seemed to be coming as more of a green embery glow, almost like where a fire once was, or just when you get the embers before something like that's about to die. He said that he just had a weird feeling like something was off. It was like all of his adrenal glands were firing and he just didn't know why. He said the smell was accompanied by it too. So now I'm pretty convinced that it's just something we should be careful of, but nothing too harmful. I was paranoid again it was radioactive, just because, like I said, not the best at science then. And I thought, well, why else would it be glowing? Or maybe it's some kind of chemical fire, I don't know. I thought somebody had been stupid and actually left something out there and not told us. Or maybe somebody was illegally burning trash or something. And yeah, that was what I went with and a lot of the team did. We were pretty sure people were burning some kind of plastic that they really shouldn't have been, and that would explain the weird characteristics of this light and its glow. Now the thing is, we couldn't find it. We searched for quite a long time, and my god, we get to know the area well, so if there was anything there that shouldn't have been, we would have picked it up, but we couldn't see anything. We even had some cops actually putting in a report that they thought somebody was out there, because they said they saw something strange. They described it as a couple of lights moving and then suddenly vanishing, describing it this time as a kind of purple colour with a green one, but the green remained throughout. I could probably link the colour more closely to almost like a neon kind of green, but it's hard to describe. Now, another strange characteristic of this is that one of my colleagues said that his eyes genuinely burnt when he saw this. He actually got the closest out of all of us to whatever this is. He said that he was probably about 50 feet away, and he couldn't look at it, almost like the way that you can't stare at the sun or bright reflections or things like that. But he said he felt enticed to. Almost like everything went black around him and he just had that to stare at. I even noticed some vision problems too. I remembered after seeing this that I would look at a tree and it just looked like it was artificially placed there, almost like it had a stage light coming down onto it which wasn't there, and it just looked too high definition compared to the other trees. It was kind of trippy but pretty bizarre to pick up, and some of the other colleagues had the same thing too. Weirdly, it was also the same people who smelt whatever that was. Now, in a weird way, I actually began looking towards having my night shifts because, well, I'm going to encounter something pretty cool out here. At least that's what I was telling myself. The sense and urge to have adventure was still quite strong at this point in my life, so I'm up for it. Didn't have a wife then, didn't have a kid, and not many responsibilities, and the world was absolutely my oyster at this moment in time. Now, what to do other than chase this thing? Well, nothing. So I set out. I made a commitment to myself that if I actually saw this thing and can get within touching distance, then I'm going to be the first. If my eyes hurt, then yeah, it's time to stop and go back, but I was ready. And then nothing. For the next 2 weeks straight, absolutely nothing happened. I actually grow more and more tired of trying to hunt this thing. It's kind of like the perfect anticlimax where that your motivation is going on a negative correlation constantly spiraling down till you can't be bothered. And I couldn't be bothered. I was actually planning a trip to get away to Europe, and that starts to consume my thoughts and everything. And I decide that I'm going to think better if I'm not tired and decide to plan it more in the day. So now I'm out there less in the dark anyway. So I'm doing my usual rounds, just investigating something that I needed to, and just going out, doing what we do, when I notice it. There's almost like a burning on my neck. It kind of feels like I'm getting a sunburn, and the smell has come back. I turn around slowly, and I see it, just for 1 second. Glowing almost too bright to be real, in a weird golden colour, Something is standing there raising its arms up to me. It doesn't really look like a person. It almost looks like it's wearing some kind of robes, but it doesn't have a head. I can describe them as white but with gold detailing around the side, but it looks very alien. Almost like something which has come from a very wealthy thing, but not like anything on Earth, and something that's somehow spiritually higher than the rest of us. And then it vanished, almost like it was never there in the first place. I'm completely perplexed, trying to figure out what was that. I rubbed my eyes for a few seconds, and that's when I noticed something really strange. I can still see the silhouette of this thing burned into my eyes while they go back to normal. Okay, that's really odd, I think. Something was definitely off about this situation. I'm pretty sure my head isn't powerful enough for me to imagine that, and I wasn't even thinking of it. Last time I checked, I'd never seen anything like this, so what was I seeing? I look around, and there's almost like a mist that's formed. It's kind of like an extremely light fog, but I can see it everywhere. Again, it's not just my vision going weird, because I can clearly see that it's not in all areas. So what was it? I decided to head back now. I ended up finishing the rest of my tasks, and I get into our base. I start talking during my lunch break and tell one of my colleagues about what happened. He said that he's seen something similar too. But what's more strange is that he said that he had seen this in a dream, which I think is really weird. I asked him to describe it, and he's pretty much describing literally exactly what I'd seen too. Now that's pretty creepy, I think. Or is it something higher up? We start to discuss all kinds of possible things, guardian angels and God knows what else, but I'm a little shaken. And I eventually get back into my car and drive home and forget about it and start another shift at the restaurant. Now when I'm doing the dishes this time, I can't help but look out of the window, and for a second I'm sure I see a green flash of light and then nothing. Now again, I think this is pretty bizarre, but I try not to think of it too much. I convince myself that I've been going too hard, pushing to the absolute max, and this is what's happened. My body's just gotten tired. Maybe I was doing too much. Maybe 2 jobs at the same time is not the best for me. Maybe, just maybe, I can slow down for a bit and life will take its hand for me. But I can't do that. I have to keep pushing. But I have to find out what this thing is. It's really starting to bother me now. I wouldn't say I'm naturally an anxious person, but I was starting to feel a bit weird about everything. It almost felt like these strange occurrences were becoming all-consuming. Kind of like the people you get on the ghost TV shows when they say that the ghosts don't leave them, or poltergeist, or, you know, them things. I was getting a bit worried now because I thought, well, why can't I separate from work? Why am I thinking of this while I go to sleep? Why am I seeing it in my head so much? I felt like time was against me and I just needed to get to the bottom of it. So I continue onwards once more. I continue on to another shift, and just as I do so, as I'm handing over from the other guys, they say, "Hey, did you hear about what happened?" I say yeah and talk about a sports event that happened recently, but they're like, no, the light, that thing that you saw, somebody else saw it. I say, what do you mean? And apparently Raymond has seen the same thing as me. He's one of the other staff there. Apparently, he was out there doing his role when suddenly, there's a bright light behind him. He turns around to see a tall figure wearing some white coloured gown, but this time associated with a more green glow. Again, can't see its face. It's too bright where its face should be, and it vanishes within a second. Now, I was happy I wasn't the only one seeing this, but apparently my colleague had actually got really shaken up by this, and that's somebody who never seems to care about much of anything. Well, I think I really want to find out what this is now. All of us agreed to stay well back and call law enforcement because clearly if we encounter this thing, it's something that we're definitely not trained to deal with and don't want to deal with in the first place. Now me on the other hand, I'm the adventurer. I want to be the cool one who can just go after things and not be scared. It's weird thinking back now on how my mind was at the time, but that was my mind, so if I've got to investigate, then I've got to investigate. So I set out and I start doing my job. Now again, things are normal. The next 3 days, nothing really happens. The only thing that was a bit weird was the mist seemed to pick up again, but because of the weather, I'm not really sure whether it is naturally occurring or not, but it felt strange. Now, on the 4th night, however, just as the sun goes down, I head out and something feels different now. It almost felt too perfect. The forest was a little bit too quiet compared to normal and it kind of scares me. I don't know why, it just freaks me out. Something about it was just off. Now, as I set out, I almost have that feeling like when you're in a dream. You know when you get to that fatigue point where your brain's kind of shutting down but you're still going? It was kind of like that. And I'm met with the smell again. I'd genuinely forgotten about the smell for a long time, but here it is again. And it instantly wakes me up. The smell seems to be getting stronger and stronger as it goes deeper into the woods. Now this area that I'm in, you can't actually see much further around the bend because how the path twists. The trees are quite thick at this point in time, so you don't really have much time to react to things or people which will come up on the path or trail behind you. It's okay. Sometimes it's kind of comforting because you know it's the same for whatever else is out there. But this felt different this time. It kind of gives me an uneasy feeling like I need to know what's about to happen next. The smell is ever increasing to the point that I put my shirt over my nose and continue on like that. Luckily my undershirt's quite long so it reaches my nose easily. And I stop in my tracks as I can see a faint green glow. I can't figure out where it's coming from, and I suddenly realise that it seems to be from in all directions now. I realise that I must be right on the trail with this thing, and I continue on until eventually it seems like the green light is fading now. I look around once more, but there's still nothing here for me. Again, but that's when I see it. It's almost blindingly bright. I can see a much brighter glow this time. It seems to be coming from a specific location now and getting brighter every second, and I pivot myself and I'm able to see it now. I'm met with something that's about 7 feet tall, almost appearing to have some kind of green robe on this time, mixed with white and gold, far too bright, and clothes which are flowing as though that they're stuck in the wind but there's no wind. The closer up towards whatever this thing's face is, the brighter it gets and the more my eyes hurt. It does this to the point that I can't make eye contact with whatever this is, if it does have eyes that is. I get this horribly overpowering feeling that whatever this is far too superior to me and can literally do whatever it wants to me, and I can only be here, left to face it. Now I don't know exactly how long that I was stood there for, but it gets to the point that I physically can't look at it, and I actually drop onto the ground trying to cover my eyes. It's so bright that I can actually see my bones through my fingers, and just some red around where my skin is, and suddenly there's darkness. I think I went blind for probably about 5 or so seconds because of how bright this thing was, until I'm able to actually see again. I then quickly get up and look around and everything's how it should be, just the smell, that awful smell is still there. I pick up quite a good pace and I start running out of there fleeing. Luckily I was only about 20 minutes away from the station and I get there in about 5 minutes or so. I was flat out exhausted when I get back to the station. Nobody else is there and it's only me at this time. I very quickly write down everything that's happened and I try my absolute best not to panic too much. Now, the more that I calm down, the more I can actually see what I'd seen in my head. For probably a millisecond, I was finally able to see this thing clearly, and it seems to have horns with gold tips at the end and glowing eyes. I don't know what I'd seen, but it really terrified me. I ended up calling my best friend and describing what happened, and he said it might have been some kind of spirit that I encountered. I was very scared, and I actually radioed in to all colleagues in the surrounding areas to look out. Now, what was really weird is I get a call to say that I've got to see my friend now. He doesn't say what's happened, but he says that I have to come quick, so yeah, that's exactly what I done. Now, when I'm eventually able to make it over to him, that's when he tells me what he saw. He describes it as a tall figure, also with horns, kind of staring at him, and it was an incredibly bright thing and green coloured and glowing. And we both realised that what we saw was the exact same thing. Now, in this moment, I know that we have to keep going and doing our job, but we saw something really weird. We let everybody else aware of it, and we're hyper aware for what it could possibly be. Over the following weeks, there's fewer and fewer sightings of the glowing embers until eventually there's nothing. All these years later, I still have no idea what I saw to this day. I really hope that I don't ever have to see whatever that thing is again, because I don't think I'll be strong enough to stand to it this time. Now, I work in a national park as a park ranger, and I remembered something that happened one evening. I'd went out near our station to drink my coffee. It's kind of a ritual that I had, and it was important for me to stay awake and alert enough to do my job effectively at night, when I hear a really loud crash. Now, not even 1 feet next to me, a huge boulder smashes into the ground. It scares me how close it is, and I jump back. Before I really have time to react to this, I hear somebody shouting at me, "Hey, watch out, the aliens are coming, man, the aliens are coming, you have to hide." And then, I see somebody with a very long beard, very unkempt hair, a very old hat and clothes who sprints past me. He sprints so quick that I honestly don't think he's human for a second. Now, I stood there completely grounded. I want to say I was brave, but I just realised that this guy was probably trying to kill me with the rock. Within a second, I snap into life and I quickly get into the station, report what's just happened and call the police, and we send out our search party. Now, our party found absolutely nothing and ordered the police, so that crazy person could still be out there waiting to throw rocks at people's heads and kill them. I'm just glad that he missed me. Me and a buddy of mine had been called out to go and investigate a tent that was put somewhere it shouldn't have been. You're not supposed to camp in this part of our forest, and there was an old army green tent set up. We're almost there when my buddy stops and says, "Hey, can you hear that?" I say, "What?" I can then very faintly make out the sounds of somebody singing. The more and more I listen to it, it's children singing Ring a Ring of Hoses. It sounds like maybe 4 or 5 of them. They all have different voices. This goes on for about 2 minutes, very faintly. I turn on my flashlight and have a look around in all directions. We cannot locate where the sound is coming from. It sounds like it's right next to us. We turn off the flashlights again and it stops, and we think maybe it's coming from the tent. Quite scared now, we go closer and closer to the tent until somebody emerges. We say, "Hey, you're not supposed to be here." He says, "Oh, I'm really sorry. I just needed to rest for a bit." And the guy was actually really nice and said that he didn't realize he wasn't supposed to be. We then ask him, does he know where the singing was coming from? and he looks at us and says no, he was about to ask the same question. He packs up his things and we show him the way back because it's dark. We start to set off and we hear children laughing, just like before. Now the look of fear I've never seen in the other guys before. I must have had the exact same expression as we realise that something is off. We quickly scan the torches around and very quickly scan the area and can't find anything. We then make it hurriedly back to our relative safety. I did some research at the area and apparently there have been reports of similar things happening before. Children laughter in the night, but nobody's ever able to locate where the sound comes from or the accompanied singing. This is not my story, but my father's of when he was a park ranger. He absolutely loves the job. He describes to me how that you could see some of the most beautiful things in the world out there in nature that you almost become completely blind to when you live in a big city. We do live in a big city now, but we're going to change to live elsewhere soon. Now my father tells me of one experience which really shook him up. Apparently, they kept on finding dolls scattered around. I mean, literally, just randomly there would be these dolls that they would see. They didn't know why it had got there or who put them there, and they seemed to be quite old. In fact, ancient, almost like they were 100 years old. They'd all be dressed exactly the same with a black dress on and short black hair. They always thought it was weird, but didn't know if somebody had left it there, so they'd just put them under trees. Now, my father had to survey a certain area for something that they were going to build, and he said that he had no problem doing this. Apparently it was such a beautiful day. There was beautiful red-coloured flowers at the ground where he was walking, and the sun was shining very high in the sky. He said he couldn't have felt better. There was a beautiful lake to his left, and these gorgeous trees around him. He said, "This is it. This is what made it for me. Moments like this. No one around, but just the trees, breathing in the freshest air that you can and just forgetting about everything." Saying that most of the time that he was in these states, it was almost like meditation, and his mind could wander peacefully through the surroundings around him. He's making his way over to the area that he has to survey, and suddenly, the beautiful scenic nature changes, and a heavy feeling comes over him. He said he can't quite describe it, and he felt abnormally cold. He doesn't normally feel cold when he's out here. He decides to step into the sunlight, and weirdly, he feels the same. He knew something was off now, and he takes a few moments just to scan his horizon and figure out what's going on, but he can't find anything. Thinking this is very bizarre, he stops for even longer now, and takes in a few deep breaths to calm himself when a blood-curdling scream makes his chest reverberate violently. Apparently it took a few seconds for him to come back to normal, and he said that he felt the blood leave his body. He looked around trying to figure out just what on earth this could possibly be, and then he sees it. A doll has been placed on top of, I kid you not, probably almost 100-foot tree. How on earth that got up there, my dad does not know. And the weirdest thing is that it's facing towards him. He then said that immediately he got out of there. He said that he had to jog away for so long that his legs were killing him, and he had to just keep on pounding to get enough adrenaline so he wouldn't feel it. He said that he went to explain it to some of the other guys, and somebody who had also seen the dolls looked pretty concerned and said he would go back to investigate with him. Now they get back to that exact same spot, and what do you know, the doll isn't there. But this isn't where it ends. There's another doll in another tree way too high up for it to possibly have been put there by anyone. They never could explain it. Now my dad also has another similar experience, which was very scary to him too. He said that it was only about a month after this incident happened. Now apparently, All of the dolls eventually just disappeared and they didn't know where they went or why. But apparently when a group of them was still doing some surveying, they heard that scream, the one that my father had before, and again, all of them stopped dead in their tracks. They can tell that it's coming from somewhere towards the water, but none of them want to go. One of them who has binoculars says that you've got to look at this. Tell me exactly what you see. And my dad looks through the binoculars and can't see it at first until my friend guides him there. And they see another doll just floating in the centre of the lake. They actually decided to leave the area this time and vowed to not investigate the dolls, and they knew something was off. After this, they didn't have another sighting of one, and they never could solve exactly what it was. Now, for the last story from my father, it's a pretty creepy one. Now, apparently, my dad was training somebody new, and he said to stop up here for a moment, and the other guy threw his bag down. Crash. A really loud metallic sound suddenly reverberates through them. They were both frozen into the spot and can't figure out what it is, and my dad says, "What on earth do you have in that backpack?" They then both look down and suddenly realise that somebody's put a bear trap on the trail. They were literally only milliseconds away from treading on it, and unfortunately it's got the new guy's bag. Because of the location of it, it could only have possibly been put there intentionally. But who on earth would have put a bear trap on the trail for somebody to stumble upon? Or maybe they were targeted. They did a good thorough search of the area, but unfortunately could never find anything else. It still haunts my dad to this day, and he's still quite paranoid about where he steps if he's in a new territory. I've done lots of different things in my time, and I've kind of lived lots of different lives, I guess you could say. I'm always one who's up for adventure and trying new things that are different and unique to me, and I find those very exciting. I have landed a current career which I'm in, and a job that I actually quite like. So is my wife too, which is great, but I didn't always do this job. I was talking to a new colleague at work, and we got talking about what kind of jobs we're doing before, and it really got me thinking. Yes, of when I was a park ranger, the reason that you're all here listening to this. Well, for a few years after finishing my school, I didn't really know what I wanted to do, and there was a program that would send me to a different state. Long story short, I ended up staying there and I actually really like it. I'm actually still here today. After a couple of years of being in the state, I ended up signing up to become a park ranger. I actually had a few jobs though at the same time to get more money. I wanted to save up enough to be able to go to college, and luckily I was able to eventually, which is my career I have now. But at the time it seemed like worlds away, and I actually become a waiter. I hadn't done it before and the pay was not the best, but the good thing is we got lots and lots of tips, and that was pretty cool. The problem with the job is that it's almost like if you did enough mistakes, they would just get rid of you very quickly, but it was easy to do in a high-paced environment like this. Sometimes you literally couldn't even go to the bathroom, which I think was a bit ridiculous, but hey, it is what it is. I loved this job, and I really liked the environment. I remember when we'd wake up, there was some large animals like deers and things like that would always come up to where we were staying in the main facility. You actually had to be really careful of them sometimes, especially if it was their rut season when they were looking to reproduce, because the males would get very aggressive, and you had to be careful. The other problem too is tourists would always stop their cars and try and take pictures and stuff, but they were just kind of oblivious to the danger of it all. And yeah, it was actually really dangerous to be there, so you well and truly had to watch out. Now I didn't mind though, like I said, the job didn't pay that much money, but it was very close to my other job which I absolutely loved, which was being the ranger. I found it good, but I almost feel like I was doing so much that I couldn't appreciate the things that I had around me. It's something I still have now, but it was almost like I was a spring compressed and I couldn't really appreciate everything for what it was. But as soon as I got out there doing my ranger job, I'd very quickly forget about the stresses of being a waiter, and that was good. I could also soon forget the fact that being a waiter wasn't a permanent thing. It was kind of like temporary for the time, and I knew that, just I couldn't convince my brain of it. So I head out on some of my normal patrols and everything's grand. There's lots of people out here that I actually become friends with, and I'd get some regulars there who would just hike the trails. It was a pretty cool place to go hiking if you ever get out to these kinds of places, and I'd really recommend it to people who haven't tried it yet. I remember though, there was some weird smell that none of us could seem to escape from. It was almost like sulphury, but kind of different, almost metallic at the same time. It's the kind of thing that was almost like sharp, and it would make your nose feel cold. It's pretty weird. I wasn't the first to discover it, but I wasn't the last, and I remember some other staff reported it too. Apparently this actually happened in other places and not far from the restaurant that I was waiting in. And I thought, you know what, this is a bit weird. I was quite paranoid and thinking too scientifically in the presumption that it was a dangerous chemical that we weren't supposed to smell but could, or something leaking from the ground. I was paranoid maybe it was radon gas, but I didn't realise that you couldn't actually smell that, and we're in the open air anyway. My scientific knowledge has come a long way since then. Now, eventually, the smells seemed to go away, and things seemed to return back to normal. I was finishing up one of my shifts during the waiting, and I was washing some dishes, and I noticed something strange. Outside of the window, a bit further away, I could see some kind of faint glow. I don't really know how to describe it. It was almost like a reddy colour, but had more of a green tinge to it. At first I presume it's a fire, but it doesn't act like how a fire would. I don't know, it just felt a little bit different. It looked kind of weird, and a little bit creepy actually. I just convinced myself it was nothing. I finish up on my washing and go outside to see what it is, then I realise that it's gone. I'm pretty sure it's some kind of reflection or something that I didn't realise is there, so I just go back to what I was doing. I remember just thinking, God, I can't wait to just escape and let my mind settle. I was kind of aware of the compression spring thing that I was talking about earlier where I was doing too much, but I was kind of just going with it at the same time, but I knew I needed to get out of there and just have a few hours at least of peace just to clear this up. Now eventually, these smells do pick up again, and weirdly, somebody else reported seeing a strange light in these woods. Now, this particular colleague reported them differently, saying that it seemed to be coming as more of a green embery glow, almost like where a fire once was, or just when you get the embers before something like that's about to die. He said that he just had a weird feeling like something was off. It was like all of his adrenal glands were firing and he just didn't know why. He said the smell was accompanied by it too. So now, I'm pretty convinced that it's just something we should be careful of, but nothing too harmful. I was paranoid again it was radioactive, just because, like I said, not the best at science then. And I thought, well, why else would it be glowing? Or maybe it's some kind of chemical fire, I don't know. I thought somebody had been stupid and actually left something out there and not told us. Or maybe somebody was illegally burning trash or something. And yeah, that was what I went with and a lot of the team did. We were pretty sure people were burning some kind of plastic that they really shouldn't have been, and that would explain the weird characteristics of this light and its glow. Now the thing is, we couldn't find it. We searched for quite a long time, and my god, we get to know the area well, so if there was anything there that shouldn't have been, we would have picked it up, but we couldn't see anything. We even had some cops actually putting in a report that they thought somebody was out there, because they said they saw something strange. They described it as a couple of lights moving and then suddenly vanishing, describing it this time as a kind of purple colour with a green one, but the green remained throughout. I could probably link the colour more closely to almost like a neon kind of green, but it's hard to describe. Now, another strange characteristic of this is that one of my colleagues said that his eyes genuinely burnt when he saw this. He actually got the closest out of all of us to whatever this is. He said that he was probably about 50 feet away, and he couldn't look at it, almost like the way that you can't stare at the sun or bright reflections or things like that. But he said he felt enticed to, almost like everything went black around him and he just had that to stare at. I even noticed some vision problems too. I remembered after seeing this that I would look at a tree and it just looked like it was artificially placed there, almost like it had a stage light coming down onto it which wasn't there, and it just looked too high definition compared to the other trees. It was kind of trippy but pretty bizarre to pick up, and some of the other colleagues had the same thing too. Weirdly, it was also the same people who smelt whatever that was. Now, in a weird way, I actually began looking towards having my night shifts because, well, I'm going to encounter something pretty cool out here. At least that's what I was telling myself. The sense and urge to have adventure was still quite strong at this point in my life, so I'm up for it. Didn't have a wife then, didn't have a kid, and not many responsibilities, and the world was absolutely my oyster at this moment in time. Now, what to do other than chase this thing? Well, nothing. So I set out. I made a commitment to myself that if I actually saw this thing and can get within touching distance, then I'm going to be the first. If my eyes hurt, then yeah, it's time to stop and go back, but I was ready. And then nothing. For the next 2 weeks straight, absolutely nothing happened. I actually grow more and more tired of trying to hunt this thing. It's kind of like the perfect anticlimax where that your motivation is going on a negative correlation constantly spiraling down till you can't be bothered. And I couldn't be bothered. I was actually planning a trip to get away to Europe, and that starts to consume my thoughts and everything. And I decide that I'm going to think better if I'm not tired and decide to plan it more in the day. So now I'm out there less in the dark anyway. So I'm doing my usual rounds, just investigating something that I needed to, and just going out, doing what we do, when I notice it. There's almost like a burning on my neck. It kind of feels like I'm getting a sunburn, and the smell is come back. I turn around slowly, and I see it. Just for 1 second. Glowing almost too bright to be real, in a weird golden colour. Something is standing there raising its arms up to me. It doesn't really look like a person. It almost looks like it's wearing some kind of robes, but it doesn't have a head. I can describe them as white but with gold detailing around the side, but it looks very alien. Almost like something which has come from a very wealthy thing, but not like anything on earth, and something that's somehow spiritually higher than the rest of us. And then it vanished, almost like it was never there in the first place. I'm completely perplexed, trying to figure out what was that. I rubbed my eyes for a few seconds, and that's when I noticed something really strange. I can still see the silhouette of this thing burned into my eyes while they go back to normal. Okay, that's really, really odd, I think. Something was definitely off about this situation. I'm pretty sure my head isn't powerful enough for me to imagine that, and I wasn't even thinking of it. Last time I checked, I'd never seen anything like this, so what was I seeing? I look around, and there's almost like a mist that's formed. It's kind of like an extremely light fog, but I can see it everywhere. Again, it's not just my vision going weird, because I can clearly see that it's not in all areas. So what was it? I decide to head back now. I ended up finishing the rest of my tasks and I get into our base. I start talking during my lunch break and tell one of my colleagues about what happened. He said that he's seen something similar too. But what's more strange is that he said that he had seen this in a dream, which I think is really weird. I asked him to describe it and he's pretty much describing literally exactly what I'd seen too. Now that's pretty creepy, I think. Or is it something higher up? We start to discuss all kinds of possible things, guardian angels and God knows what else, but I'm a little shaken. And I eventually get back into my car and drive home and forget about it and start another shift at the restaurant. Now when I'm doing the dishes this time, I can't help but look out of the window, and for a second I'm sure I see a green flash of light and then nothing. Now again, I think this is pretty bizarre, but I try not to think of it too much. I convince myself that I've been going too hard, pushing to the absolute max, and this is what's happened. My body's just gotten tired. Maybe I was doing too much. Maybe 2 jobs at the same time is not the best for me. Maybe, just maybe, I can slow down for a bit and life will take its hand for me. But I can't do that. I have to keep pushing. But I have to find out what this thing is. It's really starting to bother me now. I wouldn't say I'm naturally an anxious person, but I was starting to feel a bit weird about everything. It almost felt like these strange occurrences were becoming all-consuming. Kind of like the people you get on the ghost TV shows when they say that the ghosts don't leave them, or poltergeist, or you know, them things. I was getting a bit worried now because I thought, well, why can't I separate from work? Why am I thinking of this while I go to sleep? Why am I seeing it in my head so much? I felt like time was against me and I just needed to get to the bottom of it. So I continue onwards once more. I continue on to another shift, and just as I do so, as I'm handing over from the other guys, they say, "Hey, did you hear about what happened?" I say yeah and talk about a sports event that happened recently, but they're like, no, the light, that thing that you saw, somebody else saw it. I say, what do you mean? And apparently Raymond has seen the same thing as me. He's one of the other staff there. Apparently, he was out there doing his role when suddenly, there's a bright light behind him. He turns around to see a tall figure wearing some white coloured gown, but this time associated with a more green glow. Again, can't see its face. It's too bright where its face should be, and it vanishes within a second. Now, I was happy I wasn't the only one seeing this, but apparently my colleague had actually got really shaken up by this, and that's somebody who never seems to care about much of anything. Well, I think I really want to find out what this is now. All of us agreed to stay well back and call law enforcement because clearly, if we encounter this thing, it's something that we're definitely not trained to deal with and don't want to deal with in the first place. Now me on the other hand, I'm the adventurer. I want to be the cool one who can just go after things and not be scared. It's weird thinking back now on how my mind was at the time, but that was my mind, so if I've got to investigate, then I've got to investigate. So I set out, and I start doing my job. Now again, things are normal. The next 3 days, nothing really happens. The only thing that was a bit weird was the mist seemed to pick up again, but because of the weather, I'm not really sure whether it is naturally occurring or not, but it felt strange. Now, on the 4th night, however, just as the sun goes down, I head out and something feels different now. It almost felt too perfect. The forest was a little bit too quiet compared to normal and it kind of scares me. I don't know why, it just freaks me out. Something about it was just off. Now, as I set out, I almost have that feeling like when you're in a dream. You know when you get to that fatigue point where your brain's kind of shutting down but you're still going? It was kind of like that. And I'm met with the smell again. I'd genuinely forgotten about the smell for a long time, but here it is again. And it instantly wakes me up. The smell seems to be getting stronger and stronger as it goes deeper into the woods. Now this area that I'm in, you can't actually see much further around the bend because how the path twists. The trees are quite thick at this point in time, so you don't really have much time to react to things or people which will come up on the path or trail behind you. It's okay. Sometimes it's kind of comforting because you know it's the same for whatever else is out there. But this felt different this time. It kind of gives me an uneasy feeling like I need to know what's about to happen next. The smell is ever increasing to the point that I put my shirt over my nose and continue on like that. Luckily my undershirt's quite long so it reaches my nose easily. And I stop in my tracks as I can see a faint green glow. I can't figure out where it's coming from, and I suddenly realise that it seems to be from in all directions now. I realise that I must be right on the trail with this thing, and I continue on until eventually it seems like the green light is fading now. I look around once more, but there's still nothing here for me. Again, but that's when I see it. It's almost blindingly bright. I can see a much brighter glow this time. It seems to be coming from a specific location now and getting brighter every second, and I pivot myself and I'm able to see it now. I'm met with something that's about 7 feet tall, almost appearing to have some kind of green robe on this time, mixed with white and gold, far too bright, and clothes which are flowing as though that they're stuck in the wind but there's no wind. The closer up towards whatever this thing's face is, the brighter it gets and the more my eyes hurt. It does this to the point that I can't make eye contact with whatever this is, if it does have eyes that is. I get this horribly overpowering feeling that whatever this is far too superior to me and can literally do whatever it wants to me, and I can only be here, left to face it. Now I don't know exactly how long that I was stood there for, but it gets to the point that I physically can't look at it, and I actually drop onto the ground trying to cover my eyes. It's so bright that I can actually see my bones through my fingers, and just some red around where my skin is, and suddenly there's darkness. I think I went blind for probably about 5 or so seconds because of how bright this thing was, until I'm able to actually see again. I then quickly get up and look around and everything's how it should be, just the smell, that awful smell is still there. I pick up quite a good pace and I start running out of there fleeing. Luckily I was only about 20 minutes away from the station, and I get there in about 5 minutes or so. I was flat out exhausted when I get back to the station. Nobody else is there and it's only me at this time. I very quickly write down everything that's happened, and I try my absolute best not to panic too much. Now, the more that I calm down, the more I can actually see what I'd seen in my head. For probably a millisecond I was finally able to see this thing clearly, and it seems to have horns with gold tips at the end and glowing eyes. I don't know what I'd seen, but it really terrified me. I ended up calling my best friend and describing what happened, and he said it might have been some kind of spirit that I encountered. I was very scared, and I actually radioed in to all colleagues in the surrounding areas to look out. Now what was really weird is I get a call to say that I've got to see my friend now. He doesn't say what's happened, but he says that I have to come quick, so yeah, that's exactly what I done. Now when I'm eventually able to make it over to him, that's when he tells me what he saw. He describes it as a tall figure, also with horns, kind of staring at him, and it was an incredibly bright thing and green coloured and glowing. And we both realised that what we saw was the exact same thing. Now in this moment I know that we have to keep going and doing our job, but we saw something really weird. We let everybody else aware of it, and we're hyper aware for what it could possibly be. Over the following weeks, There's fewer and fewer sightings of the glowing embers until eventually there's nothing. All these years later, I still have no idea what I saw to this day. I really hope that I don't ever have to see whatever that thing is again, because I don't think I'll be strong enough to stand to it this time. Now, in my later life, I ended up starting work as a ranger. Well, to be specific, I was on the fire lookouts most of the time, but with my job I had to alternate what I was doing. I'd like to share an experience from my past though that I haven't really been able to put my finger on. I've seen one or two strange things during my later life, but nothing really compared to this, and it's something that stayed with me. I never shared my experience with anyone because I was worried about being ridiculed, but I'd like to share it today. I'm somebody that used to go out into the woods a lot when I was younger. I used to do it more for fitness, to be honest. I found it was better if I could actually jog away from everyone because A, you wouldn't have to run into anyone, and B, I thought being out in the trees and with all the extra oxygen it's probably more healthy for me. And I've also done some research, well, at least I did at the time, to say that when you jog in the wild, you can also go across some better terrain, so apparently it's better conditioning and everything. Now, I didn't live very close to these areas, so I often had to hike over to them. It was okay though, I didn't have an issue with it. I found it to be a great time to clear my head. In fact, most of the times that I actually went jogging like this, it wasn't my original plan. It was instead something that kind of ended up just happening, you know. I'd go quite far, get close to where the forest started, and suddenly I'd want to jog. And I did this on this particular day. Now, I decided not to jog immediately. Where I was, the terrain was pretty rough going, so I knew I was in prime area to twist my ankle. I'd actually done that before playing some sports, and it's never really been right. It can kind of go really weak suddenly. So if I was playing a sport and somebody tried to put a tackle in, I could suddenly fall to the ground and I didn't have much I could do about it. So with this in mind, I was being very cautious, just taking in everything. I thought I knew where I was going to, because I could see moss on the trees. Now I know that doesn't actually work really, but at the time I was convinced it would point north, so I kind of always thought I had a good sense of direction. The trees in this area are large and full of life, and that was a good thing. I was kind of walking across a hill at this point within the forest. It meant that if I fell, I could actually fall quite a long way down, and the trees also rose on my right side. So basically I didn't really want to jog here because I'm sure if I fell I'd get knocked out if I hit my head on a tree or who knows what. Now while walking, I noticed there's lots of wildlife around me that I haven't really noticed before. There's a few tiny birds that keep appearing on the track ahead of me, and they look pretty cool. I was worried that they were giant insects, but luckily it wasn't the case. For whatever reason, on this particular day, I decided not to jog immediately, or thereafter. I just decided that it's probably best if I walk and take in everything. I'm someone who likes to have deep thoughts. I realise now that I definitely overdid this, and I was probably driving myself a bit insane with this process, but at the time it didn't really matter, because it was what worked for me. Now I didn't have that many good friends in my hometown. You had kind of like associates, I guess you would call them, but not the kind of people who would help you if you ever needed it. I had one friend, but he was pretty weird to be honest, and I was sort of aware of it at the time, but I wasn't able to actually leave him because there wasn't anyone else I could be friends with. I didn't realise this was stupid at the time, but it definitely was in the long run. I mean, pretty much all the time, all we would ever do is just go and watch a movie and order pizza. And there's nothing wrong with that, but when that's all you do, and you've also got someone talking rubbish about you behind your back, it can really throw you off. But I'm getting away from my story a bit much now. I come into another area where suddenly the sun pierces through and everything looks really beautiful. It was so bright it was kind of making the top of the trees appear white and the leaves almost transparent, which I thought was a really pretty thing. So I just continue on and take in the beauty of everything that's around me. I'm feeling pretty good at this point in time. Now, I come around the first bend and I realise that it levels off a little bit, and I decide to start jogging. Now, I jog for a little while when suddenly I hear some people talking. I slow down to see who else is up here because I don't want to round a corner and run straight into somebody, but there seems to really be no one around. I can hear lots of people talking though. It sounds like about 6 or 7 or maybe 8, but I really can't make out a word they're saying. They're speaking alright, but I don't necessarily know what language it is. It's kind of like English, but different. I can imagine it's how English would sound to people that don't understand it. That's the best way I can describe it. I think, well, there's probably just a good old group of joggers out here, and I can't be bothered to go into them. Again, my aim with this was just isolation, which I know probably wasn't a good idea, but that's what I was looking for. All is going well, until suddenly, their tones of voice completely change and it sounds much more aggressive. I kid you not, I almost take my next step past the tree when I hear screaming. It really sounds like someone's being attacked or maybe even killed, and with that, I move in a flash. I guess the adrenaline and whatever hormones are associated with that take over, because I don't really have to think about what I'm doing. I keep running and running, and I almost come into a zone with it where I'm thinking of nothing else but putting as much ground between me and the people screaming as I possibly can. It really sounded like someone was being tortured. I'd never heard it before, but in this specific situation, I was certain that I just had. Now, I managed to run for about a good 4 or so minutes before I get tired. It's not easy to sprint, especially when you're not going in a straight line. I actually taste some blood and my lungs really burn at this point, and I know I have to slow down a bit. Stupidly, I brought headphones but not water, so obviously that wasn't a great idea. I ended up taking off the headphones and throwing them when they get kind of stuck around my neck. I never found them again. I was so scared though that I didn't care about ditching them like this. I thought it would make more sound, and I stop on a log that I can rest on. I remain diligently silent, yet nothing pierces the quietness around me. I start to relax a little and think, well, maybe somebody twisted their ankle or broke their leg. Yeah, it could just be that, I tell myself. I eventually think that I can hear somebody or something rushing through the trees now, and I decide to take cover. I don't call out and I don't want my presence to be known, so I quickly duck under a fallen tree. I kind of crouch over and hold my knees together, trying to keep my silhouette as low profile as possible. I'd heard about it on a military show, and I was trying to do this. Now the problem was I only had my shorts and stuff, so they could probably see me pretty easily. I wasn't really going to blend into the background that well, but it was better than nothing. Eventually I hear what sounds like somebody passing. Weirdly, it sounds like it passes straight ahead of me, but I don't see anything, and I think this is a little bit weird. I think maybe it's just some animal that was disturbed or being chased, so I think, well, I better press on now. I was just trying to get as far away as I could, and I knew that if I continued this way, there was a good chance that I could follow it around in a big kind of like circle, and eventually get back to the relative safety of exiting the tree line. I was looking forward to this because I was actually starting to feel a little bit shaky. Now it's worth mentioning that I wasn't actually shaking because of fear. I was actually getting a little bit shaky because I was quite hungry now, and I must have depleted all of my resources doing this. So I really wanted to get back. I realised that I have one kind of snack bar with me and I devoured that instantly. God, it felt so refreshing in that moment. Eventually, my thoughts decide that they can settle in a bit, and the rational part of my mind takes over and says, hey, It's probably just a group of hikers who aren't from here, and one of them probably broke their leg. So I was constantly waiting to hear the sirens of an ambulance or something, just to put my fears to bed, but it didn't come, however. What did instead was the realization that all of my senses are being heightened. Now, I realized suddenly that there's a tree stand not too far from where I am. I think, God, wouldn't it be great if I went up that? I think at least now I can actually get a perspective of what's around and maybe calm myself down a bit, so I make my way over there. I seem to be acutely aware of everything though in this situation, and I take a few steps up the ladder for it, and I realise that I should probably step down again. I can hear something, and I can see movement of trees and foliage moving not too far off from my west. So I take off running. I'm doing a jogger's pace. Now, I'm quite quick to be honest at this, and I'm able to maintain it forever, so this is what I do. I'm not in enough of a panic state to start sprinting again, and I know that I'm not going to be able to sprint for too long, so I decide that this is probably the best thing that I can do now. Luckily, the trail that I'm on now is much more even, and there's not all big rocks everywhere that I can probably trip over, so I'm feeling alright. Now, I picked this pace up for quite a long time. It was probably about 20 minutes, and I'm literally halfway back to where I need to be now. But with a quick glance over my shoulder, I realise that there's still movement. And when I hold my breath for long enough, I can hear that there's something coming behind me. I keep up this pace, trying my very best to get away from whatever this is, but it doesn't seem to be losing me. And then, it's accompanied by more voices. It sounds like those people I heard earlier. They're not speaking very often, but almost chanting. It really sounds like an angry mob is coming after me, or whoever that is behind me, but it seems like the thing behind me is latched on. I jog probably for another 10 minutes, and I'm not that far away from where I need to be, and that allows me to let my guard down a bit. And I stop and turn around, ready to face whatever it is that's been after me. I think maybe it's some kind of crazed jogger that's out here, and they're trying to get them to safety. I just don't know what it is. But the moment I stop and turn around, like literally the second my back turns and I can see, suddenly there's nothing. Silence once again. Now I'm getting a little bit creeped out now, because I think, well, it probably wasn't no animals, but I guess it could have been, but why did they just stop? Which again makes me very aware that they seem to know where I am. Again, I could just be doing this through coincidence because of the path that I'm on, but something felt really weird. But suddenly the feeling of being followed escapes, and I decide that I should climb a tree. I know this is pretty weird to say, but for whatever reason I decide that I'm going to get a pretty good perspective of what this is, and I can probably get out of sight, especially if I can go high enough. I'm not a very good climber though, and this proves to be more of a challenge than I expected to find, but I'm able to do so. Now, eventually I make it up the tree, and I decide just to stay here to catch my breath. I think it's called epoch or something, but it's when you have oxygen debt. I learnt about it a lot later, but basically my body was trying to get rid of the carbon dioxide, which had built up from running for so long. And I think the lactic acid has set in because my calves were absolutely obliterated now. I'm probably not the best in terms of actually having muscle mass, I'm still not. And I always thought this was going to be a higher association with things like this, but it felt like my legs were just absolute jello. I tried to move my legs around a bit now, but as I do so it makes the tree make a really loud sound. It's almost like something out of a comedy special, as I realise that my stupidity is starting to make the tree collapse on itself, or at least on the branch that I'm on, and I decide not to do that. But now, I can feel it. Something has locked onto me. It's kind of like a predator about to pounce, and I'm not the predator. I can hear something coming now, and I look around, and that's when I see it. I can only describe it as a person, but not how a person should look. What I was looking at was some kind of nightmarish figure. Where the skin should be is all red. There's no hair, just red everywhere, and some kind of liquid dripping off. And this thing with these horrible dark eyes makes eye contact with me and starts to walk towards my tree. I suddenly grip the tree extremely tightly, and I actually start bleeding from this but don't realise it. This thing starts walking towards me. I look around to see if there's any more, but as I turn back it's gone. I didn't realise it, but I went into complete shock at this. I actually slid halfway down the tree and eventually thud at the bottom. Without thinking about it, with my bloodied hands, I crawl over to a rock and hide under it. I don't know how long I was here for, but it took about an hour or so before I snapped out of it. I can't tell you what I'd described without tearing up in person, but it was like something from completely out of this world. Maybe it was a demon, I didn't know. I just knew it was time to get on the move again. This time when I get up, there's no uneasy feeling like I had before for some reason. I just feel completely drained, almost like a truck's hit me. Everything in my body hurt, and I was shaking. With my hands now shaking next to me, I pick up a light jogging pace, which eventually becomes a full sprint, until I get out of the woods. I couldn't bear to look behind myself, and instead, I just keep going forwards. I'm really shaking now, and for whatever reason, whenever I saw other people, it didn't bring any comfort to me, and everyone seems to be staring at me weirdly. Something just feels extremely off, and I can't stop thinking of that thing that I've seen the whole journey back home. I feel extremely paranoid, and I don't like that every person that I pass is staring through me, almost like I'm a ghost. Eventually I make it back home. I go to wash my hands off in the bathroom, and I realise that my face is extremely pale, and I haven't been able to close my mouth. I look like I was on drugs or something. I managed to go down and make myself some food, and I eventually crash out on my bed and fall asleep. I woke up the following day, and everything's as it normally is, with my mum making me some breakfast. My mum commented that she thought I was unwell, and asked what I'd been doing the previous day, because I shouldn't be that tired, and I couldn't bear myself to explain what I'd seen to her. Instead, I just say, "Oh, nothing, I just went on a big hike and hurt my ankle," and she says, "Oh, let me look at that for you." Now in this moment, I kind of go on autopilot with my replies, and I can't really think much about what my mum is saying to me. I just want to escape from what happened, and eventually, life went on, and I buried that in the back of my mind for a long time, even eventually becoming a ranger. But that thing, I'll never forget it. Sometimes when I'm on my fire watches, I actually get really paranoid that I'm going to see that again. I don't know if anybody knows what that could have possibly been, but I'd be very interested to know if anybody's had any similar experiences to that. I can only describe it as a demon that escaped from hell and for whatever reason was latched onto me. Thankfully I haven't seen it since, but I can't be certain that I'm not going to see it again. One of the weirdest stories that I've ever heard happened is not my own, but my father's. My father works as a forest service worker, and he had many weird encounters over his years. This one in particular gave me chills all throughout my childhood, and it made me constantly just question things. Now, I'll tell this exactly how my father's told me and how that he's wrote it down for me, so sit back and enjoy. I think it's truly bizarre. Now, to start out, everything's going pretty well in life. I'm happy and my wife is now pregnant. Now this is going to be our second child. We already had our other one who's about 1 now, and we're really excited to have a second. We had a boy and we were hoping for another girl. It turned out that we had another boy, but that was just as much joy into our lives. Those who haven't experienced parenthood don't understand how it changes your life sometimes, and how it changes your approach to taking risks. I know that I certainly had the same feeling too. Now, where I was based at for my job, I didn't really encounter anything too heavy. I hadn't been working this role for that many years, and there was other more experienced guys out there. In fact, a lot of the time I'd actually get quite frustrated because I really truly wanted to do more, but I just wasn't able to. Sometimes there would be things that the other guys would know that I could do, and they would just rush off to do it before I had the chance to, and it was so frustrating. I enjoyed being out there, don't get me wrong, but I was kind of stuck doing more computer stuff and just, I guess, the boring things. Now, at this place, I knew that I could progress, but it was going to take years. They basically offered me all the training and everything, but my god, it was slow. The thing was, I was probably smarter than all of the people there, just not being given any opportunities that I needed to progress. It was almost like they'd given me this form, and it said everything I needed to do, but there were holes in it that they couldn't see, and it made me feel really uncomfortable. I was quite tempted to join the Navy. I actually wanted to become a Navy SEAL at the time. It wasn't really possible because of some of the injuries I had, but I know that if I really pushed myself, I probably could have overcome them. But the problem was, even sometimes when I was doing this job, even just hiking around and doing my normal things, I would have a pain that I couldn't seem to stop from the bottom of my foot. I actually still have issues with it today. I'm not quite sure why it started, but yeah, it's just something I get on with. So on this particular day, it was just the same. There was more exciting call-outs and things to go and do, but literally before I could even get to the radio to say I would do it, someone would say I'm on it and would already be up there with their coffee in their hand, taking the last sips of their coffee before flying on out the door and to go and have all the fun. Yeah, it kind of really sucked doing this, but I guess it gave me more time to think and just relax a bit. The problem is, if you're like me, that time very quickly lends to boredom. I started going through some of the records and some of the reports. I basically had to reorganize them because some people in this office area, they would just throw everything onto a desk and not do anything. They would only look for items if they needed it, which of course is a very stupid idea and wastes everyone's time, but back in my day, I guess that's how it was. So I start reading through some reports. There was a few pretty creepy things on there. Some people would say that they had a feeling, like an intense feeling of fear that they couldn't describe, accompanied by a knocking on some of the trees. They were never able to locate the source of this sound, and they thought it was just animals, but it came up quite often over the years. Then I heard a really strange one. Apparently, there was a ranger that worked here, and a lot of the other people thought that he was going crazy. I was reading a second-hand account of what had happened to him. Apparently, something had spoke to him and told him the future. Weirdly though, when I looked back through another account, which was more recent than that one, some of the things that he said actually come true. And the person making the report actually noted that and how weird it was. Upon further investigation, it turned out that this person thought that he had spoke to beings or something. I don't know, kind of like aliens? They didn't describe it very well, just very vaguely. Now, it seems like many of these cases were dismissed. There were other weird things too, like a specific area where you'd feel very hot. Completely unnaturally, to the point that you'd actually question if there was some kind of hot spring there, or something weird that shouldn't have been there, but again, they could never find the source of it. The thing that made this even more bizarre is that eventually the plants and trees and everything in the area would start to die, so you basically knew for certain that something was definitely off there. Now, I decided that I had to get out and do the very minimum just to not be in the office, and that's what I did. I remembered setting out, and I was being a little bit more paranoid than normal. I think all these stories were just playing in my head. I remembered I kept thinking that I saw something walking through the tree line above, ahead of me, always maintaining the higher ground. It kind of just trailed alongside me. It's really hard to describe, but was truly creepy. Now I don't know what it was, but I think it was some kind of large animal there. Not big enough to be a bear, but certainly weird. I did think maybe it was a hiker out there, but it wasn't possible. I thought that was bizarre. I remember thinking to myself that you've just learnt the power of human potential in the mind, and it was pretty scary to me. Now, life goes on. We probably get to about a month or 6 weeks in, and again, they're just not training me properly. It's kind of really annoying because they'll complain at me for doing something when it's exactly how somebody's told me to do it. And they'll say, oh no, just do it confidently. But then they'll say, why did you do that? And you'll explain that's how you're trained, and they wouldn't seem to listen, and it was kind of like a hostile group. I didn't end up staying there for too long, but I'll get to that later. So what do? Once again, get reserved to balancing the books and just doing the normal work. Now this is actually at a time before we had computers, so it did make days very boring too. The problem I found is that some people just did not have good handwriting. I've never been the best at reading others' handwriting, but especially in these situations, my god, it was like some of these people had honestly made an effort to write as illegible as possible. And again, if you can't read it, they complain, so I kind of become an expert of reading these things eventually. And again, every so often there's weird reports. I realise too, quite often when it's recorded, people just think, oh, it's the other guy not paying attention. Maybe he wants everyone to look at him and stuff like that. At least that's on the report conclusion, but I had a feeling that something was off when I kept on seeing the reportings of some kind of beings out there. This spanned over a number of years too, and long before I was there. They all seemed to be described as relatively the same. They called them the forest walkers. Apparently they seemed to be quite tall, and they would walk in almost a weird limp motion. The weird thing is that they would be silent too, and if you approached them, weird things would happen. Some people said they felt almost like they were high. Others said that they would just know things they couldn't have otherwise and stuff like that. I don't know if I believe in the supernatural that much, or at least at the time I didn't, but I just considered that these were just things that happen when you've been out in the woods for too long by yourself. Now eventually as time increased, and I started complaining to the higher ups about the issues I was having, I started to get out more and do more interesting things. I even got to rescue a few people too, which is a really cool feeling. I don't know if you've ever experienced it before, but there's something so cool about knowing that you preserved human life. You stepped in and you made a big difference and impact for someone. It's not something I'd felt before in other jobs too, so I was quite happy. Now, as I go out for a patrol one evening, I remembered having a strange feeling that the air was different. There was almost some kind of metallic smell that I couldn't quite describe. I was concerned that I had some kind of illness or that I accidentally got something on my nose, but no matter how much I wipe my nose, I can't seem to get rid of the feeling. And there was almost some kind of static in the air. You know, like when you have static electric and just before you feel the buzz, it was kind of like that. Now that's when I feel something. I can tell something's looking at me and I stop to turn around and see what it is. And then I can make out some kind of figure. It's probably about 20 feet away. It's wearing kind of like a dark coloured robe, but when it gets closer it appears more white. It walks with a weird limp and I can't believe my eyes. I actually rub my eyes quickly, not sure for a second if I'm dreaming, and it's gone. Now I think this is pretty creepy. I want to figure out what this is, so filled with excitement I actually jogged towards where it was. Now I couldn't tell you too much else about it, but just that it completely vanished. I probably spent another hour myself actually searching the surrounding areas just to see if I could find something, anything there to explain what I'd just seen, but alas, I come up blank. There's nothing there but myself. Now I'm actually a little bit irritated because I don't want to seem stupid. I really don't want to become like one of the people whose stories I've read probably to be dismissed later on the same way that I dismissed some of theirs. But currently, it seems like I'm going to have no option but for that to be the case for myself. Yeah, it sucked really. I go back eventually and tell them what happened. Now, no one believes me, which is what I expected, and they say, yeah, you're too junior to be going out there and investigating things like this. I was pretty fed up again. I come from a role before where I was very well respected, and honestly, the way I was being treated was really annoying me. Now, a few months go on, and it becomes winter, and the going gets a little bit more tough really. It was pretty cold out there. I mean, uncomfortably so for myself. Now, I remembered on one particular day, I can't tell you specifically what I was doing, I just remembered that I was out there, that I spotted something weird, I mean really bizarre. There were these small figures, kind of limping around in the woods, again silently. Now I can't believe what I'm seeing. They're probably about 5 feet tall now, and in more of a white coloured gown kind of thing. Like I said, I didn't know what this was. I thought maybe it was something from Halloween, like decorations people put out there. And I actually wasn't too scared now. I was convinced that this wasn't actually a real thing or threat or danger, so I decided to sit back and very slowly follow these things. Now I didn't look behind myself, so there could have been more, but these things just kept on marching on, kind of down the path for a good 10 minutes longer. Now they never once seemed to notice me or so much as turn around, so again, I'm still not entirely sure what I'm seeing, but I think it's some kind of Halloween decoration that someone's playing around with. I don't know, it could be a cult, it could be anything, but I'm not too worried. I don't know if it was the size of them or what, but I just wasn't concerned. Also, there seemed to be nature interacting normally around, so that meant that these things weren't a threat, at least I thought. So this continues on until eventually they all stop at something. I stop too, and I can see about 4 of them. I was incredibly curious as to what they were looking at, but there's no real way for me to be able to see where I'm based currently. I get closer and closer and realise that I'm going to have to take the long way round now to figure out what it is. I decide to take a stealthy approach, and I try and walk very slowly through the foliage and get around. I do make it to a pretty good horizon, and I can see in front, and I still can't figure out what they're looking at. Now I'm sure these are people now, so I become a little bit more confident, and I walk down even closer to where they are. Eventually, I ended up crashing through some of the brush, and I decide that I'm going to be more present now. Obviously these people know that I'm here, so what's the point of trying to hide away from them? I go a little bit quicker now, and eventually go round to where I think that they're facing, and I can't see their actual faces. It's kind of just dark where their faces are completely covered up in something. Now, I crouch down to get a better look at them, and suddenly, I can hear voices in my head. They don't sound like voices I ever heard before too, and it's almost like my own voice but different. And I keep hearing different things that haven't happened yet. I hear about the birth of my son and know that it's going to be a boy. I know exactly what he's going to look like, how my career's going to go, what my wife's going to do, and some of the hardships that come up and who's going to pass away in my family. It actually makes me incredibly emotional at this point, and I almost feel like it's too much and start to cry a bit. I ended up kind of just becoming overwhelmed with my emotions, and I fall back into the dirt and stare up at the sky. The sky's very bright today, and it actually looks quite nice. After a moment, I kind of stop hearing the voices so much. They kind of just slowly fade out, like somebody slowly turning down the volume on a record, and I get up. I realise now that whatever these things are has gone now, and I'm just here alone, very confused as to what's actually just happened to me. I get up, and I'm sure there's going to be an explanation for this. I ended up scouring around for probably another hour and a half until I conclude that nothing's here. That's when my panic finally catches up with me, and I decide that I need to get back as quick as possible. I start making my way there. I eventually get back to the station and immediately write down my report. I didn't speak to anybody else about what had happened, and that's when I'm confused. I suddenly realised that what I was reading was very similar to some of the reports of what had happened years before, the ones where that people had considered the guys that were reporting it a little bit crazy or seeing things. And for that reason, I actually took the report and ended up throwing it into the trash. I didn't want my colleagues to think I was crazy. I mean, I didn't like most of them to begin with. I knew that this was going to hurt me moving on to the other areas that I wanted to work, so there was going to be no benefit of me actually posting this. And I ended up moving on and working as a ranger in different areas and doing different kinds of roles too, even being a fire service worker. Now here's the weird thing. I only realised it much later, but I did have a son, and he looked exactly like I knew he would. The job that I changed into is exactly what I heard I would. My wife's role too. Also, some family members that died, they were the exact people who I was told would do so as well. Now suddenly I felt kind of a weird fear come over me, almost like a wash and flood of emotions coming back, realising that something had contacted me back then, and for whatever reason wanted me to know what was going to happen. I can't put my finger on why this happened or how it happened to me. I just know what I saw was real, and that I wasn't the only person that saw those kinds of things out there. Lots of my other colleagues had experienced some very similar things, and I just don't know what to make of it all.